Okay, so I played another island. I would not say that this one went well. I mean, obviously there's a lot of buildings placed, but there was some awkward stumbling to get started. The area around my sacred stones there is kind of choked up. It's difficult to see, but this area here is an inlet. I had to use these plateaus to build over it. So perhaps I was not able to get maximum score out of that region. Orbit. Okay. But overall, I did manage to get some points out. I had very effective walls. I had pretty good fortune tellers, pretty good temples. Just wasn't ever able to quite achieve what I wanted to, and I spent all of my rerolls on attempting to get the boons that I wanted to no success. I was not able to roll into boons that I liked. I was able to, get some boons, and they certainly scored points. I had a precious, which probably earned me about 130 points on one of these fish kites. I have 3 terraces over here, all clumped up together, some from boons, some from natural urns. But you see that created this huge mansion pile right there. But I would much rather that be right on top of my sacred stones. I just got them too late, so that area was already built up. Additionally, I have this green area over here. This is my worst one yet. I was not able to get Blossom, so although I did several Vergers, you'll also notice that this area is simply too small, so my Hermitages are all really on the outskirts, so I wasn't able to score more than 50 or 60 points from them. A Hermitage in the middle would have been more like 150. So even though I had 2 good monuments, a bunch of good lumberjacks, I'm still figuring out how to balance the economics of the lumberjacks against the parks. Honestly, I probably gave too much prominence to the lumberjacks this time, and maybe I should think about creating like one verger zone for lumberjacks and a second one for my parks and then Resort Oasi. That said, fields are good, and I think this style where you place really close to one mill and then link your way over to a second set of mills to tag both is going to be valuable. This mountain shrine was also worth about 200 points. Um, that's most of what I accomplished here. I did, because this is Sacred Stones, successfully store 5 sealed boons. I feel good about that. I did get a ton of points off just scoring these over and over. I also have this bargain, which I just did not use. I got it so late, and I don't want to lock my next island choice. I want to be able to pick between the two. And the Sacred Stones, the bargain itself would be worth, maybe 200, 250 points. But I think as much as I like that, 5 locks is probably not worth that given the island choice, because getting a bad island is a huge deal. So that's this island complete. I now own pyres. That's a building that'll show up in the future. I wanted to get a precious pyre because they have huge detection ranges. Like these two did detect each other. So I think ideally I'll hold one for precious in the future. I kept hoping to get another, but I suppose I could have bargained one at some consequence. Still, I got 5 extra boons out of this island and a decent score. Not what I was hoping for, but you take what you can get. And now let's see how many between islands point we get and where we're going next. Yeah, a lot of nature interactions. Not as many. 211, wow. Not as many points for my high scoring building. I did not have one impressive scoring building this time. Okay. So harbor is interesting. I like the fantasy colors. This does imply kind of a vertical island, which is frequently a bad thing. Desert Aurora, boons granting points when used, is relatively weak, I will say. It's only going to be worth, maybe 100 points across the whole course of the island. Sauna is also a building that I haven't played with. I don't know exactly how it works or how much it scores. I've seen it placed. But I suppose to use the Desert Aurora, and because this style of island is probably going to be high scoring, I suppose I'll go with this choice. I do like Harbor, but Maybe for right now I get to try out sauna, and that'll be fun. I like new things. Neither of those was perfect. I wish I'd saved some rerolls. It was really an unfortunate situation where I... Ooh. Lava? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 7 boons for one circle of the wheel seems to be typical. I think you typically get 9 boons per advanced island. This is fascinating. So we have these 3 mini islands kind of equidistant around the exterior of this inner circle with some lava pools. A lot of tree cover already. That's kind of fun to see. Sauna, stairs must connect to water, and it likes lumberjacks, it likes both hermitage and shaman, likes trees, and okay, so it has this big pill shape of detection, and the stairs have to lead down to the water, but you can place it on a bunch of different surfaces as long as the stairs do make their way down to water. Really only loses points for things in the water and other saunas. Okay. Don't hate that. I don't think this is going to be the island for cracking these sealed boons. Maybe one of them, but we'll see if I record this one. I might just play it off camera, depending on how my time shakes out right now. Okay, so that's another successful island down. I did end up playing this one off camera. Um, Honestly, one of my better islands so far, and a lot of things went right. Towards the end, things were starting to get a little scattered, and I was placing more or less at random, but for the longest time, I was very successful. So some things that went well on this island, might be able to see that up there atop that middle volcano, there are multiple mountain shrines. I placed 3 total on this island, using a bargain and also a duplicate. The bargain did put me in kind of a tough spot. I had to take some boons that I did not want because I used it a bit later than I should have. Bargain, I think you really need to be able to pop early on the island. But that being said, aside from taking a couple of bad boons, I did have some good luck as well. I have many city sitters on this island. So there are 2 right here next to each other. There are 2 right here next to the statue. There's a 5th one over here. So with those 5, and all of these were placed with negatives, but I think they easily paid themselves back. I was able to build this super compact, super flat city. This really dense area of houses all through here was all high scoring, and every one of these moved Wisp through them. My Wisp is now over here in a fountain, but I had Wisp for, it was my very first boon, so I had Wisp for basically the whole island. So Wisp went into houses, moved all the way through all of these, hopped into a fountain, and then into mansions. All those mansions atop that terrace there. Wisp moved through, then I jumped Wisp into a tower, and then into the temple, and then into this tower on the low ground, and then from there back into mansions. So almost all of my houses and mansions had Wisp move through them. It's probably worth like 220 points if I had to estimate. Quite a bit. My area over here did have a blossom, but no statue. You see some very successful shamans. I think this front one here, right in the middle of the screen now, was about 90 points. The saunas were also high scoring, so I'll show these off on the next island that I record, because they'll be in the pool then. But this last sauna here was worth about 90 points, I think. So all these trees are valuable, and then I have a dense little city of lumberjacks over here. And by placing all the lumberjacks on this side, I was able to place all of these parks without penalty. So my parks were more successful than usual. Sadly, only 1 hermitage. But mostly, I mean, I think the very top, these trees up here are from a cheeky little verger, but the very top mountain shrine there was worth, I think, 260 points, and that was with a 50-point minus for this lower one, because I had to place the lower one in order to bargain it. Yeah, overall, very, very successful island. And I also still have 5 sealed boons. I should have used this sustainable, especially because this is an Aurora island, so this is essentially 10 points. I should have just used it for one of my final buildings, I just forgot to. But I also have this travel boon, and I got to thinking, I was forced to take this by the bargain, which is disappointing, But in the future, I'm just going to take travel whenever I can early on, because then it won't show up in the shuffle anymore. This boon can only be used once per run, so I can just use it to leave the island now. It'll be worth 10 points because of the Aurora, and I'll never have to see it again. So ultimately, I think that's actually a very productive use of it. Now, there is nowhere nice for me to use this temple. I've looked around a bit. This is, I think, as close as I get, but it's still not positive. So this is going to be everything that I can get out of this island. Like I said, it went extremely well. Now I'm going to use travel to move on. Oh, it doesn't move you on. It just completes the... Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if that unlocks every boon? I wonder if it awards you points? I'll need to, on a future run that I'm not concerned about, use that boon early and see. Because if it can't award you points. That would be absolutely busted. So I'm going to assume that it just just like turns this into a next island, but doesn't otherwise change the behavior. Maybe that's not true though. I will double check. That said, I suppose now we are ready to move on. I'm aware that I could undo and then sustainable this, but I actually already did. I had 2 sustainables left at the end. Another little mistake. I've gotten the aviary up to about 100 points, I think. I jumped Wisp into it, which is another productive +5. And I turned the time of day to night just for some scenic shots here at the end. So let's see how many points we get from the Between Island score, and then we'll move on. I think there should be a lot of nature interaction points. Not a super high scoring temple, but that is okay. Oh! New tower, new market, beautiful fish kite. Glad to see him. Okay, okay. Here's the real points. Yep. Almost to 250,000, and I am halfway through the islands. So I think 500,000 is within my striking range. I think I'll be getting there. Now, I don't want cliff houses. I don't like them. I think they score low. Maybe I just haven't figured them out. I'll give them more time in the future, but I'm not going to gum up this run if I can avoid it. Now, I do like the guild hall, and I would like to get it. My only concern is neither of these islands have a boost of any sort, so I'm going to use 1 or 2 rerolls. After 2, if I have to take a mediocre option, that's fine. I will not take Cliff House, but I'm going to try and get an island that gives me some benefit. Okay. So no benefit, just either a free bargain or a harbor pack. 1 boon is worth significantly less than what like a proper sacred stones or ley lines. Harbor is something that I'm looking forward to building with soon, but important reroll here because I'm going to take one of the next 2. Ooh, okay. So I can't do this because of cliff houses, but Tundra with the Stellar boon for 2 extra boons and a free wall platform. That seems acceptable. So I essentially got 3 boons out of this instead of the 1 for the free bargain. And I would rather have a wall platform than a bargain in many cases. Maybe not starting off the island. I don't know, it's close. Let's see what this Tundra looks like. Ooh. These giant skewers of stone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 2 bonus. I think it is 7 on every advanced island. Now looking around, this is kind of interesting. I don't initially see a statue. I'm wondering if this is going to be statue. Oh, is it 3? Okay, we're gonna have some fun. I'll record this one as my next island. But yeah, I love the return of the placeable statue islands. You love to see it, and now statues are worth a lot more. Just in raw score, yeah, this is gonna be fun. We'll figure this one out. Hello everyone, this is Connor. Welcome back with more Islanders New Shores. Today we have a stellar tundra. So I will have 9 boons my first go round, and then I think 2 more after that. I started with a wall platform, statue was the first buildings I unlocked, and I currently have 5 sealed boons. Now, after much consideration, I think that a multiple statue wall platform start is already so good that I want to benefit further. I want to have a really killer, really good island. So I'm going to crack open at least 3 of these, maybe up to 5, but let's start opening them and see what we get. Okay, score multipliers just solidly good. Nothing real special about it. Add statues, really funny. I now have 4 statues. Precious is interesting. So none of these are really, I guess, run guiding. They don't give me a ton of direction necessarily. It's just things that I would be doing anyway. I'm gonna open at least 1 more. Yeah. Okay, level up is similarly kind of neutral. You know, just for the fun of it, let's go ahead. Cliff House. Blech. Okay, so I do also already have 2 building packs to choose from now. Verger will really benefit my statues. And City Pack. 2 city centers already. The statues are minus 60 on each other, which is a lot, but score statue, precious, level up, cliff house. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get my cliff houses. So I don't think there'd be any reason to place these before anything else. So I actually think the first thing I place should be a bunch of vergers. And it's time to start thinking about this 4 statue island and what that means. Now, obviously, I would love to get neighborly, so I could just put 4 statues in a row across the map right here. That would be just a truly massive temple score. It's almost tempting to wait and see if I can pick that boon up right here. Only place 1 statue for now. That does penalize any other buildings I place, since everything likes statues, but I guess let's start with Verger, since I want this to go down before statues, and assuming that I'm placing maybe 2 up here, 2 down here, where do I want my city to be? Now, normally, I'm imagining a temple on a wall platform like this, which means a couple statues out here. Unfortunately, this area here is not great. The space is a little congested. I don't know if I would want to put my city there versus putting it here, covering this whole area and city. Now, I could try and do both. I could also make over here my nature and verger area. I think it is probably worth it to build my city up here, because I'm going to need more space than this allows. And like if I'd gotten, you know, a wall platform and a terrace from these boon packs instead of this stuff, maybe then I would be inclined to do differently, but I think right now I'm going to place my first one right here, trying to get the flowers as far away from the center as possible to block fewer of my future buildings. Yeah, I mean, I can send a flower up the side of the wall like that. Okay, cool. Then one over here. I'd love to get a little better than 12. I'm not really seeing great verger scores. Yeah, those flowers are all pretty far out, except for this sneaky one up closer that I missed. That's fine, whatever. Now, a bunch of assorted 9s. A 10 seems pretty good, probably. A 12 is Clearly much better. Now, this verger, bunch of different tins, and 11 that I don't love the tree placement on, but maybe that's not something to really think about since I'm probably going to be bulldozing this whole area anyway. Maybe not. Maybe my city will all be upstairs and down here can just be plants and verdurous things. Yeah, I think this area is officially flowered out. Sorry, you might have heard my phone buzzing there. Let me instead come back here. I saw an 8, which is super mediocre, but the trees are all in good spots. So see, now we've got this statue up to a 70-something, which easily offsets the minus 60 from a statue. Yeah. Okay, one more verger. I guess let's start there, and let's maybe look at these high grounds. I haven't really been considering them as viable, but looks like they are. That's good to know. This one I can't quite get my placements to go down to the low ground, but this one has a bunch of options for that. So if I center my verger kind of on the side of it here, an 8 with some weird tree locations, 9 seems like it's probably worth it. Okay, so this is obviously just very good. Over here would be better if I end up pivoting to that temple strat. And at that point, I would want this to be about here, coming out of the wall. I'm not necessarily sticking with that placement, I just want to check it. Because that does force me to go over top of it, but that's not a problem. I think the temple could still detect down all the way, and I might want to put some plateaus underneath it anyway. I think I do want to leave myself a little more versatility. Yeah, in the height of this wall platform, so somewhere up in here is probably what I want. Yeah. Is that, yeah, that feels good to me. And double checking that I don't want to use anything else on that. I don't think so. Obviously lumber is going to be good with all these trees. I'm going to try and hold off on placing them. Okay, so do I just tank a minus 60 in order to boost all my statue stuff? Or do I try and get to here and maybe even re-roll to look for a neighborly? I got no points I want to use here. I can place one statue up here for points, because at least one statue is definitely going to be up here. One of the 4 that I'm placing. Somewhat silly. So, I know I'm quibbling over 1 point with this placement, but I think that's a pretty reasonable spot. For second statue. Doesn't get tagged by third statue, thankfully. I don't need a third statue yet, though, because I'm not going to get the statues with my seaweed farms, so I can seaweed farm instead. Looking at these as potential lighthouse points, this could also be a good early lighthouse before this area gets housed and templed and everything. So in that case, this inlet would be good for seaweed. This inlet's also much larger, and I could still lighthouse here early. These early spots are desirable because then my fish kite would get the lighthouse. It's kind of a small thing, though. So, and I'm thinking about building in here because my city centers down here want to be able to tag them. And city centers up here won't tag it no matter what because they're just too high up. But down here I have some options. Maybe I put one like right there or right here. I think I'm gonna start over here, I guess. Don't love how that fish spot is behaving, but okay, and then yeah, this whole area is detectable. I can take the fish out soonish. And yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. Mason, good. So having 2 more statues to place is wild. Because I have that one still in my Boon bank, which I'm not going to use until I need to, because I might want it on the right for a duplicate. Maybe I want 5 statues, you never know. This might be a mistake. Maybe I'm betting too hard on a neighborly that isn't going to happen. And this area, I think it's really complex about if I should temple here and just accept that I'm going to take out these trees with like a plateau and some mansions, or if I would rather just use all of this for my green industry and also, of course, my lumber. Cliff houses need to wait on city center. Okay, I think one more statue down here, and then double check that I feel good about that. Yeah, I mean minus 60 is unideal, but I think the alternative of like 42 points, so really it's only a 32 point difference. And I think having these in adjacency is worth 32 points. If nothing else, it's worth 40 on the temple just by itself. So, that's a lot. Wall platform after city center, but city center next. But I think Mason before city center. So where does my temple want my Mason? Maybe I just go over here on the side and low down. Alternately, I could go high up over here. Looks like none of this is, well, that's not bad. And I still have a lot of flexibility in building over sideways here. Yeah, okay. Then take the 31, check the platform again. Yeah, see, I just slightly blocked it there. So really this needs to be a 31 here. And I'm already kind of running into this wall, which was something I was concerned about with just how this area is shaped. I don't have a ton of buildable space. Not a super tiny amount, but not as much as I want. Then I could take that 20. I think I want something lower impact, because I'm still a little unsure what my next plays are going to be. Okay, there's no sand, so Brickmaker is just going to be 2 or 3 of these and then some random buildings. Brewing would head me towards Tavern already. I guess I want Brickmaker. Only one of these. 4 Lumberjacks, though. Most of the way towards my Boon. I don't think I can cheese my way there. Even my highest score building doesn't get me particularly close. Yeah. I wonder if the level up, you can use this and then take it back and use it to get a boon. I'm not gonna try it. I don't think you can. Well, you probably can undo boons. You can. I don't think 75 points will quite get me there even, so kind of a moot point, because 25, it doesn't look like a third of that. I'm just committing so heavily to the space that I can't actually build that much in. Okay, well, let's start here. And then maybe build some lumberjacks on the outskirts of this area. So I'm kind of thinking this could be intense packed up city, but then most of my city is up here. This could just be like Mansion Central down here. Maybe I just go ahead and wall platform. I'm missing 4, possibly 6 points. Probably 6. 6 isn't nothing. So if I do start placing lumberjacks around here, I then have to deal with those with every park. The resort oasis, or sorry, the hermitage. That has been a hard adjustment for me to learn. God, the detection radius is just so small. I can't make it a good building. I could also lumberjack up here and just sort of accept lower scores. I take a 15 instead of a 35, and then if 4 parks are saved touching this, or 4 or 5 parks, it kind of pays for itself. That's a lot. I think let's tank a 6-point loss here. Well, I need to have the plateau down so I know what height to build at. This is challenging. Maybe I tank this, and then if I end up placing the other statue up here, it's -5 for having done it this way, and I don't know if my other statue will be up here. I don't think there's any realistic way I can tag a ground statue. It's like this is just not as good of a city center versus over here. Yeah. Okay, diagonal city center. Then I could just use a couple mansions to get the points I need. I have 10 of them. It's kind of low impact. You know what? Just let's move it along. I've already accrued so much value by using all these early boons and whatnot. Dang, I really don't want to place anything I'm holding. And I absolutely can't justify the level up. Maybe it's just additional statue and place it somewhere out here to score big off all the trees? Statue's a valuable thing to just kind of strand out there. Okay, probably not going to duplicate it. So if I do take like a 40, that does not seem like it gets me the next boon. So I can't yet see if I'm getting neighborly. Okay. I was hoping to wait for my shaman to place this, but shamans are absolutely not going to be up here on the high ground, not for right now. So I think I can place that safely, and then maybe now a 40-pointer will get me the boon. Looks like still no. Okay. Okay, executive decision. 1 out of the way lumberjack. Maybe just 2 out of the way lumberjacks. Maybe I group lumberjacks over here and then parks and stuff over here. Huh. I never really thought about sort of half splitting, like having Resort Oasis up here and lumber over here, for example, or maybe vice versa. No, I think over here, there's so much more green to build on. Okay, well, let's try this. This is an interesting possible take. In light of this, I probably should not have placed the city center yet, but can't take backsies now. So, really would love 2 of these to fit right here. Yeah, easy. Okay, let's proceed with that. It's also probably good to just start taking game actions, you know? This should get me a boon. And let's see if it's neighborly. Let's see what I want to do with this. Sealed boon, shrink building. Okay, well I don't especially want sealed. I mean, I guess it is just a random boon and 15 points. I could just pop it immediately. If it's a terrace, if it's a wall platform, if it's a statue, if it's bloom or blossom, if it's... I mean, there's a lot of boons that'd be good for me. I think a random boon is worth more than shrink building. And I don't... Only 2 rerolls is not ideal. Okay, interesting. Demolish and 15 points. So maybe not what I would have hoped for if I could choose a boon, but I can't. Okay, 24 points up here. That makes a really good statue cluster. Negative 24, that is. But then I can kind of just go crazy up here. I can start throwing mansions. I have a lot of points banked. It's just, do I believe it is advantageous to eat another minus 60? So my other options would be like a 40 over here, I think. And just kind of accept that I'm not going to score very many buildings on that statue, which is fine because I have 4 statues. There's also some weird stuff I can do out here. It's like lower scoring, but all of this is buildable for what it's worth. So is this 12 points better? I mean, it probably is, which is interesting. So 28 or minus 24. This is a 52-point swing. Is placing another statue right here worth 52 points? I don't think so. I'm also going to kind of double check over here, but 42 feels like maybe my limit. Also like a 40 here that's in a little better spot than the one over here. So is this 12 points better than this? I guess is this going to get 12 more points off other buildings? It probably will. This just seems like a much more centrally location. Like I think I could end up with a city center down here at some point, maybe a little bit further out, but yeah, let's take that. And then these lumberjacks are a pretty easy next direction to go with my buildings. Don't want to take away this space here from like mansions and houses and so on. Probably not ready for this yet, right? I mean, it's 44 up here. That's cool. Maybe no mansions and houses yet if I can avoid it. So I guess I really want to be able to test my plateau to prove that I can do plateau clipped into the wall, buildings on top of plateau, then wall platform. Like having that whole stack is important. So I do think it's just another lumberjack next. And if I don't want to take up that down low space, I got to go up here. It's probably fine. What's the worst that could happen? Farming. Sadly, I don't get fields on this island since it is snow, but making my way towards plateau slowly. 20, tanking a minus 12. or 26 in a spot that's worse for me, but not by much. Yeah. Then try and only kill one tree. Wow, 37. I think that might be worth killing 2 trees or 3 trees. 37 is a big number. There's also... This only kills 2 trees. Yeah, let's leave an extra tree alive. Kind of a wild start to an island so far. Opening a bunch of sealed boons will do that. Okay, so... Placing this in and among everything here for like building value is probably going to be the play. Obviously it'd be worth a ton more if I'd gotten a bloom, but that's not realistically repeatable, so can't plan around it. I can't exactly tell. I guess none of this, yeah, these ledges just don't matter. I can clip over them. That's really good. Good to know and good to see. So there's a 31 in a really good spot, yeah. Seems well worth it. My only other consideration would be going even further forward, so I can get a couple really good mansions in here. Yeah, I mean, let's let's actually do this right, unfortunately. So 31 right there. 25. Yeah, that looks like it's fully over and making contact. Okay. Can't do that yet. Temple won't like my mill, so gotta place it far enough over not to be a problem. Does seem like a good building to place now, though. It scores off so few things. 27 seems perfectly respectable. There's lots of 23s around for this brickyard. So let's take this one. And then could just be one. Oh, one seaweed field isn't enough. That's disappointing. Could be 2 seaweed fields. I'm losing 4 points on each versus holding them. But I think everything else is slightly worse. The only other consideration would be if I just start to mansion up here with these worse mansions, because I'm going to eventually end up with mansions up here. I only need enough down here to really boost the temple, and then up here is going to fill up longer term. But I could wait for another city center, for a plateau, for a terrace. I guess one mediocre mansion isn't a big deal at all. I can just tank that. Good additional shaman. Tempted to just slam it right here and continue building up this doom stack. Probably better to put it over here, though. Only potential downside is this wide enough for a plateau? And I think it is so important to get that right. It's so important that that plateau is placeable that I'm going to undo no flowers up there to even make that worth considering. So, could get some weird 30s. Could hold off on placing it. Might just be the play. Kind of a weird 20. And then the next one needs to be a 14 out here. Yeah. Okay, so then a water platform here can get some score boost too. it's worth thinking about. Still got some like low 40s up here. Could save it all the way for fishers. I kind of think it's worth just getting the points from it now. So let me... I can't quite get the statue. That's fine. Guess let me just place one of these. And then I think if I can find a 43, that will be the next building pack. Yeah, I think, sure, I'm missing some points here, but there will be another lighthouse probably, and I need to unlock buildings, and I think I'm still holding off a bit for other stuff. Pyres are good. Starting off with 2 is fun. I also already have a lot of things to score them with, so that's extra cool. All right. So, yeah, over here is going to be the best pyre I currently have. And then another one over here, maybe, will score quite well. Let's just go ahead and place those. I mean, points are points. And getting 13 from a pyre is really quite good, because 15 is the max, so... 75 pointer? Or 74 on the little low ground? Be cool if I could build here. Come on. Nah. 74, quite good though. Okay. Plateau can't be much further away, right? I don't yet have as strong of a understanding or intuition or memory of what sequence buildings unlock in, so a little bit more seat of my pants unlock sequence. Could just build down here. If I could actually get that 26, it would be more tempting. 23 isn't bad, though. Some masons might like this. Yeah, I guess let's just do that. I mean, then undo it and check the Boon pack. Neighborly, of course. Increase area is also going to be pretty big on a temple. I like Neighborly so much, and another city center would go hard. I think I am holding a shaman right now, so that's another building that might care about it. Neighborly is a high value boon. I think because I already have score multiplier. It depends. If I was just trying to temple max, I think I would definitely want increase area. I think Neighborly has enough use cases. We'll take it. Not sure if that was right, but it is the play I made. Okay, now we have some pretty good, pretty good fishers. This one is the only fisher I'll place over here. Because, you know, I can't, even if I'm like right here, I'm missing out on a bunch already, so a single 24 over here seems perfectly acceptable. Then building into here, got some decent scores. I mean, a 21 is totally good with me, and I'm creating a little cluster of industry buildings over here. Trying to see if there's a preferable 21, but I think that one's fine. And then we were thinking about this brickyard. Yeah, just a little cluster of industry here. Should be good for warehousing. Hopefully this is far enough away that my temple doesn't tag it, but... Okay, really gonna need plateau soon. We like parks, though. Oh, okay, city center. Cool. So I can neighborly a city center down here? Maybe over here would be kind of baller. I mean, that does feel really powerful, given how much stuff I've already got around here to boost scores with. Okay, well, start with the mason. Right? No, start with the brickyard. Yeah. Okay, so... I don't think it's worth giving up any of this space. Maybe we just take the 12 here on the low ground and end up with a warehouse right there, possibly. Don't even know if it would quite fit, but... $25, and I've still got this sort of tech. And then Boon, neighborly city center. I guess if I'm going to place the shaman down here, I need to do that first. It's a 5-point difference. So now that I'm starting to city center in this direction, do I want to split them up a little bit more? Do I want, like, take the 31, because it's considerably better than getting like a 16 or something. 33. Because I could do something like this, where I've created multiple hotspots for me to build around. That's probably good. I think I need to fill this area, and that will require a little more reach than I'm getting just from this existing cluster. And a plateau will easily fit in there if it's going to fit at all, if there's space to clip it, if this doesn't block it, if this doesn't block it. I don't think this is going to be the problem. Huzzah! Alright, let's see it. Okay, sweet. So... I can go over this way and create more ground. I can go flush up against those buildings. Probably just... These are all interesting. And probably some pretty busted pyres already. Yeah, 81 point pyre. 85? Wow. 84? 85, yeah, sure enough. Just because I have 2 other pyres already and 3 city centers and a bunch of stuff, actually. So these will be the only 2 buildings I need to place if I go that route. Could just extend out this way. Create as much space on top of it as possible. But then I'm losing adjacent space with these. Could also think about where I'm putting a second plateau, but I don't think it's going to be down here. I don't think I've left any realistic spot, except for over here would be actually just a good plateau just to create terrain. Okay, so plateau somewhere in here. If that's the case, let's start with an 86. Start with an 87. And then I don't have to do the plateau next. So so I can defer my decision a little bit until I have the necessary intel. This is probably better as a mansion or house, but I don't know if I want to hold all of my parks for a potential future blossoming. Love that they hate pyres. That don't know why. I wish I remembered how temples felt about cliff houses. I was away all weekend. This is my first game back in a bit, so I'm kind of re-remembering some details. Okay, well, I only need 7 points from this, so I guess let's just take kind of an out-of-the-way 7, and that park will score a bunch of things in the future. Doesn't need to be high value right now. Huts are good. I did not get anything to boost the plateau, so let's go with plateau. I don't want to do any of this stuff with it. So, final decision. Where do I actually want this? I think there's so many tempting options. See, I'm worried that if I place it like here so that I can slide these buildings in, I guess I can still tag them. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's probably optimal, and then I can fit 2 mansion legs up in here, one on this side, one on this side, and those will almost meet in the middle, so very little wasted space. And I have like 21s over here, 26 if it's perfect, 25 over here, lots of good placements. I also already have tons of industry, which is typical of frozen islands, so a 30-point hut is not a problem, though. 30 is a good hut score. Lots of houses and mansions saved up. I guess now that this is down, I can do my wall platform tests. So, what I need to be able to do is place a wall platform on top of... sorry, my voice is like giving out here. Place a wall platform on top of mansions here. Mansions are worth a little bit more than houses to the temple, so that's what I'm going to do. And I can place that. It's not perfect. I think it might need to be perfect before I accept it. That's close enough. A 3 does fit across. And wonder if there's some... Yeah, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. But now this can go, yeah, quite low over top of those. Good to know. Cool. So let's fill this up, and then we can place the wall platform on top. I'm going to go ahead and use this shape just because it's kind of specific. And because I've already placed that house, everything's locked in. I guess... Oh, this is... So, the mansion would be worth more if I could place this first. It's just then going to be kind of a nightmare to get in underneath it to place more mansions. So, let's delete that, and then place there, and then mansions easily fit underneath. They're actually not scoring up to it. Like, I placed it high enough that they can't detect it. They do here, though, and I am underneath, so this is now going to become a slightly annoying challenge. So, do I want to put up with this? It's 6 points on every mansion. That's a fair amount of score. Now, I remember I needed to be maybe this far over. Once I place this, I can't undo the wall platform. So that's a full segment over. You know what? This is going to be a little annoying, but I think I can do it, and it's enough of a point difference. Yep, let's go for it. Now, this I can use to confirm. Okay, so I did leave enough room to place along. I don't even know if you can tell what's going on, but I left enough room along the outside here to place this up into the gap. And here on the front, I have 3 width. Okay, so that building was placed correctly. Unless I want to turn it somehow, but I think it's probably in its best orientation already. Okay, kind of wild early stuff here. Now let's find this spot again. Huzzah. 24. Alright. This is going to be a good temple. These actually might be a little too far over. I didn't even think about that. Dang. Well, I might get offered that increase area boon again, so that would be cool. Okay. Sauna. I think the last island that I placed sauna on I did not record, so let's walk through it. So, sauna you can place up on a wall, and the stairs will arc down into the water. So you need to find a placement that lets the stairs reach the water. It can also be just like on the ground, but as you can see, I have a lot of versatility where I place it. Now, it likes trees and lumberjacks, primarily. Also enjoys shamans, hermitage, huts, flowering trees, and trees both, but primarily I think it's going to be a building that you kind of arc through your trees like this. So the fact that I'm already able to get a 93 from it really shows the power of verdure, and I think this might just be the play. The other option, what am I holding it for? You know, I get 8 points if I happen to get another lumberjack. Maybe I would place a shaman down here because I have so many flowers. Yeah. And the huts don't care. Oh no, +2. Okay, so I think I am just going to go ahead and place this. I think the alternative would be continuing to mansion. I have the spots for mansions. I have all the infrastructure for it. I have 21 of them. I'm actually I think I just convinced myself. Okay, let's try mansions. I guess let's see if this gets us the boon. That's probably optimal play. But I like the sauna. I think basically every building you unlock is better than the bad buildings, like better than Seaweed Field. Like, not that Seaweed Field is awful or anything, it's just never going to score 90-something points. So, generally, as you unlock buildings, I think it's always going to be good for you. Okay, I can get increase area for my temple. That probably means this is a mistake, but I think it's going to be big for a temple. And I score multiplier to use elsewhere, or if I get 2 temples, I can do a demolish and then a score multiplier. Okay, so now having the size, I am just going to go to mansions. This one can just be here. And then a square. Could go square along the back like that. Square doesn't quite fit up in there how I would like. Could go over here. I guess I should have checked this distance. It looks like it's okay. Maybe it could have been done a little better. Meh. 2. Now this leg I can place in right here. You can see very little wasted space up in there. I think it's, yeah, just one building width, one hut, one building unit. Now, second square could just go over here. Could go on the outside to take up less valuable space. And then get 2 up in here. That seems reasonable. The square is a lot of building for no extra points. So, yeah. Seems fine. And then this I need to get in here somehow. Yeah, like that. No problem. Shaman good. More huts too. I do have a neighborly if this is the place to spend it. I don't think it's worth... I think it's worth more than 15 points, but... Could also place this a little further back. Get a higher score out of it. Could place it much further back, get a much higher score. Could also just hold it for right now. I don't have to place it if it's not going to be benefiting these buildings. And I don't think this sort of negative is... Oh, jeez. I can get like a +7 just up in here? I mean... Okay, how many mansions does that have to benefit to pay out? That's +6 versus back here I can get like a 33. So 7 to 33 gives me a 26 point difference. So it has to touch 5 mansions. It's not going to do that, I'll tell you that right now. Unless I do another wall platform above this. But I think temples like them as well. It probably will touch 4 mansions. I guess these low ground ones can't get it. So it's just going to be like 2, maybe 3. That's a lot less appetizing. Okay, I'm going to save it for now then. And let's try and find that slick mansion placement I had previously. Ta-da! Okay, now I'm trying to keep a mental image of what shape of buildings I have back underneath this. So I need to be able to place this up in it. I could do a smaller L, because I only... How am I going to possibly... This is like the worst visual content I've ever recorded. So I have 2 tiny L's here forming a little 3x2 block, and then I have a long L that protrudes there. So I guess this actually is the right shape to fit up around it like that. Yeah, couldn't even see how many points that was worth, but looks like we are utilizing all the way to the edge here. That looks like the building I just placed. So I think we're good. This is silly. I mean, it's worth 6 points on every building I place. Like, it is worth doing it in this silly way. It's just silly. Can't quite get around the corner there. Ooh, I did not expect that to be able to clip. I don't think this is going to be placeable. That looks like a step too far, but maybe I can convince it if I just take my time. Or maybe not. Okay. Well, do I care to fully utilize this space? I guess so. I guess I should. A reminder, I have increase area, neighborly, demolish, level up, precious, score multiplier. Lots of stuff. Aha. Yeah, that's good. Shame that this isn't quite too wide through here. I can almost convince it to be too wide. Yeah, see, what? It's so weird how much the game will let you get away with if you're wiggling a building in. Like, this is low ground. I should not be able to place that. I guess let's wait to have a small L and then wiggle it all the way down and past. Or maybe I just take this big one because I'm already kind of playing with house money, if you know what I'm saying. Like, this space should not be buildable, clearly. This is cool. That's already really good. Additional pyre is also fun. I saw an 80. If I can just find a spot it likes for me to place. Out here I'm losing some buildings. Okay, so none of this is actually placeable, I guess. The little edges aren't quite large enough. So there's a 54, which is mediocre. Middle 70, here like a 74. Also have a middle 50 up here. Good 70 back here. Yeah, I mean 76. $80 that's in a more annoying spot, like it blocks a bunch of stuff, but it's also going to be way harder for me to tag with future pyres. So I think let's take 76. I think that's similar to what I was seeing down here. I'm trying to think about my next pyre and if that matters, if I need to be strategizing that far in advance. Maybe I end up placing one back here. And in that case, I'd prefer to have the 76 over here. Okay. A lot of consideration for nothing. Typical. I want the opposite L to really fit in here. I could take this 14. Obviously, there's better ones right now, but I will be placing that 14 eventually. There's also some placements through here that are pretty good. Okay, I love that this can slide in as far as it just did. That gives me a lot of versatility for what I place here. I guess as long as it's a tiny L and then some variety of large L. Not that much versatility. I wonder if this 19 will snap to grid. Let's try it. I think it did. I think it fit up against that more tightly than where I was placing. Yeah, it did. Awesome. Sometimes the snap to grid really works out in my favor. I need to learn to weaponize it better. Fortune teller's already almost 200 points. That's honestly kind of wild when you think about it. Because I have a lot of high value stuff here that I'm still placing. And a lot of island to go, not even halfway. Yeah. I think this 27's okay. Kind of blocked in that. I'm wondering if there's a way to get 2 contacts with that shaman. So a 28 here and then hope it jumps away so I could place this. That didn't work. Might need to wait for a smaller shape, or I can do... I wonder about that actually. Wait a minute. If I do... Okay, I mean that feels like pretty efficient use of space. Okay. Now take this 19 and then either a small L or a big one can finish that plateau out. Really good. Because I have multiple good spots to put mansions, I can be really picky about which ones I put where. And that's allowing me to create higher point value opportunities. What was this next one? Was it a little guy? Okay, let's see if my little guy tactic works over here. So I'll try and wiggle up from here. That doesn't seem like it should be possible, but I'll also just try and place right here. You know, you gotta attempt. When you're going for nonsense, you gotta try it all. Okay, so just need to get it around the shaman and then start working it over. Oh, interesting. This shape might not function at all, which is kind of interesting. Not what I would have expected. But I guess without the longer... Oh, come on, come on. Nope. That felt promising, though. I feel like that's... I just can't let it slip too far onto this little block here. Come on, buddy. Help me out here. One more try, then I'll give up. Use the big L instead. Okay, big L it is. So this goes in here, and then this shape, for whatever reason, allows me to slide it over. It did previously. Did I break it somehow? The game noticed what I was doing, and there we go. A little further. Come on. I want to get it flush up against the plateau to maximize my chance of fitting a second building in here. Question for the viewer, would you prefer if I cut this kind of stuff out? Or do you like seeing the the effort that goes into some of my seemingly inconsequential building placements? And possibly actually inconsequential. Maybe by the time I place this, I realize it did not matter one bit, and no matter what, I'm not getting a second mansion over here. Feels like now I can't even reliably... Yeah, I can't seem to move any further than this first 24 here. Strange. I guess I'll just take a 24. I mean, I guess I was angling to make something else placeable, but I don't know if that's even consequential, so... Oh, looks like that one went a little further. I could have sworn this fit before, but whatever. It's clearly still a little bit of a unintended placement either way. I'm going to wait for a small L here, because I think it will get the city center. I think the different shape will increase its reach in a meaningful way. Love a 24. Then immediately second guess a 24. Nah, I need to place these. The temple's gonna love it, and all these things. Okay. Fortune teller is gonna sit about even unless I place some big buildings. I guess I'm still saving the sauna. Very niche joke, but call me Eurovision 2025 the way I'm talking about saunas. $25. So, tale as old as time. Do I wait for the blossom? I guess I might be able to shoot another huge score across the prow and see what I can do. I guess, oh, my score's dropping because I'm taking out trees. I didn't even really think about that, but I am building over trees through here, so maybe it's actually time for sauna. I'll check my boon first, but probably... Two more score multipliers or a 5th statue. I mean, I do still have a neighborly, so the statue can be 40 points just flat on the temple. Can probably even place it up here now that I have the range increaser. But 2 score multipliers is going to be 250 points easy, maybe more than that. Score multiplier is secretly one of the best boons. It's like not thrilling, but if you play well, it's worth a lot. And the statue, let's say that it's 40 points on the temple and maybe 40 points of its own from the trees, and then I'm really not going to get 100 other points off of tagging it. I think the score multiplier is just better. It's not quite as exciting as having a 5 statue island, but now I have 4 super high value buildings to place at some point. Like right now, this is already, let's call it 200, right? I could find a little more than that, but let's just call it 200 for the easy math. So that's already 120 points from a score multiplier, and I have 2 of them. It's a powerful boon. It's a powerful boon. Okay, I have tried to hold the sauna unsuccessfully. I guess I'm just gonna place one of these for the score and also +5 on the sauna. And then I have an 89 that I saw. That seems pretty good. Anything else I want to go ahead and place? I can't quite tell how far over I'm reaching with the little pill detection shape. I guess 89 places me somewhere like here, so if I'm gonna hut out here it would be good, but nah. Okay. And one shot checking the sauna from the other direction. I've got some 50-ish score, 65, okay. So I can do one good sauna over here that might get some huts, but first sauna on the house right here. Or maybe I place it in a little bit worse location to not be detected by future saunas. That's always a difficult, how much do you commit sort of decision. I think 4 points versus, this versus this is a low enough. Oh, yeah, if I can get 3 points right here, yeah. Because now I have saunas over here that are quite good and don't detect, or a sauna over here that's quite good and doesn't detect, so. That I feel good about. Haven't placed a single house, like literally not one. New city center, that's kind of fun. I do still have a neighborly, which probably means it just goes right up here, right next to this one. Alternately, I could just eat a -100 for fun. Not that far away from next boon, especially if I score multiplier it. It's kind of funny. I think sauna next. And gonna double check. I have a 65 versus a, come on, 72, 73. Okay. 73 is plenty. I'm holding off on City Center in case I get more Masons and stuff. It just seems like a building that might go up in value, and I'm not placing up here right now, so. I guess the other idea is, do I just want to neighborly it right here, boost several more mansions? It's 10 points on the temple. I think up here, being able to gracefully transition is going to be worth more. I'm also realizing I've committed so many mansions down here that at this point the minerals are going to be difficult. I do have like half the island of getting mansion rewards still, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. Maybe it doesn't matter anyway. Like, maybe if I do miss out on those points, it's not a big deal. I'm going to try and place that, yeah, with enough room like that. And I was correct. This does have a different enough shape to tag the city center. So that's an 8-point realization. Like, just being aware that I should use this shape here instead of that one was literally just worth 8 points. That is so cool. I love that this game is so skill testing. More buildings. Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously, terrace goes hard. I've not been planning for it. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, even over here is good. Whoosh. Okay, well, let's score multiplier. This 400 points. It's a joke. Yeah, just to see what our boon is. Let's check it out. So many points. Score multiplier powerful. And doop. Huh, okay. I guess double precious is fine. Maybe I'm at the point of wanting shrink. Like, shrink 3 is a lot to shrink. I'm just so used to the building sizes, but it's probably going to be really good for, like, Hermitage. I don't know. I've kind of crowded out any Hermitage possibilities here. Precious is probably just like 100 points or something. I guess I'm going to take Shrink Building more as insurance than as thinking it's actually like a superior choice. But just not being screwed by missing a slight size problem seems like it has considerable value to me. So this next, and I can do a 20, do a 20 along the edge here. That's like a little more maybe annoying. Not a lot of 20s up here, but I guess I'll take this one on the belief that my temple will be able to detect it. Now I could do 66. I could also precious it for, sure enough, about 100 points. The terrace has a huge detection range, so it's a very good building to precious. Because it also just doesn't score on many things. Like, it only cares about 4 building types. Yeah, 5. I guess I'll save precious for my next terrace, or maybe like a fish kite or something else sizable. Because I think it is city center time. Notice I made 4 points by holding it because I placed this extra mason. City center into terrace seems fine. Yeah. Okay. So we will neighborly, and I mean, I do have, I could put this on the terrace. Yeah. I mean, clearly I'm not confident in the decision, but that does sound cool. Let's do it. Let's see how that goes. And the terrace is really cool because it doesn't clip into the wall at all. And there's a little room underneath it for buildings still. Could even put this underneath, I guess. I think on top is going to be better because I can probably tag it with some houses up here. I mean, I can tag it with some houses up there. This mansion is just permanently going to haunt me. It should have been a house. Neighborly. Yeah, seems good to me. It keeps all these clustered up for stuff like fishers. Not that my fishers are going great on this island, but it's something. Okay. Lots of boons to remember. My aviary is getting there. Its base score is up to 100. So my whole... I think when I first got it, I said, yeah, I'm going to get 125 points on it on this island, and I kind of overestimated how well it scores. It's not a particularly high-scoring building. Not low-scoring, but not high-scoring either. So... there may be nowhere fun to place this. I guess I should try it shrunk? I mean, that's really silly. I don't even necessarily think that's good. It's just kind of funny. This would have been good pre all those mansions. Now it... I mean, I guess it will get the temple. Do I need to shrink to place it there? I guess yes, just because of that stupid shaman. Okay. So this is 25 points on the temple, because with the range expander, I'll definitely be able to tag it. It might also be within range back here. And I could hold on to it in order, before I get the temple, in order to test that. That might be good. It might be wise. Because it's only 14 points. Like, I don't need it now. New City Center has got these up to 35, which is pretty juicy. Maybe I start placing these. I have 7 of them. Yeah. Okay. So if I place this 25 all the way over, does that... looks like it does block me a little. Yeah. Okay. So more like there. Perfect. 35 and similar scores. Seems like the play. $29 houses now. Glad I have this whole area up here to expand into. Okay, 2 jewelers right off the bat. That's kind of punishing. I mean, I guess they're worth 50 points or whatever, so they don't even have to be in an ideal placement. I've still got stuff like this, which will be tagged by the temple, for sure. So... dang. So I lose 35 points, but I gain 60 by placing it down here. I mean, that does seem ideal, so these will end up somewhere over here. I guess I'm a little unsure what I should place next. There's a bunch of good options. I'd love to be able to do another small mansion in here to check. And I need one right there. This is probably maxed out though. So I don't imagine this is any good. I mean the -9 isn't awful, but that still would not help the mansion I'm considering down here, so. I'm gonna leave this spot in here in case I need it for something better than just a mansion. Similarly right there. I could take this and force myself to get the small shape. Then this fits right here as previously audited. Now this shape is okay. Can also start going up here, but honestly this seems like prime. Yeah, this is house territory. I need longer reach. And maybe that means it's time to begin placing houses. Wonder if these cliff houses are even going to be... I mean, okay, 17 is a decent building. It still means that this boon was like less than 80 points, which, you know, not ideal. If they boost my temple, I'll forgive them, because I'll build all up this wall, unless maybe a wall platform. That actually seems way better. What are these for? What haven't I figured out? Okay, so I got more 35s over here versus some low 30s. Yeah, okay, 35s it is. You know, if it ain't broke, let's go back to this strategy. Maybe 34s, that's fine. Nice little hut city I'm building here. Mountain Shrine, probably not going to be great on this island. I've killed a bunch of my trees from that initial verger. So maybe I just misplayed the verger. Like, I kind of placed it for statue and lumberjack value. I did not get any blossom or shaman or mountain shrine value out of it, and a good mountain shrine can be 200 points. So seeing, you know, this like 105 or whatever is not excellent. It's not terrible, but I also have not gotten a verger since beginning the island, so. This feels really obvious. And then I can start filling this space up. I might want to... No, it's only a plus 12. I already have like a 19 out here. So I was thinking I might want to fit another fisher up in here first, but I just can't quite offset all the negatives. So yeah, that's fine to place, and let's do seaweed. Yep. Okay. I think I can probably fit 2 if I do it right. Cool. A lot of points from not much investment. Yeah. 11's pretty good. Still got this over here I need to think about. And maybe it is next Fisher. Got a 27 over here. Or 20. 27's a lot better than 20. It's kind of a narrow 27 too. There's not a lot of spots that give that score. Market. Okay, I have 30 houses. Ooh, new market, because I beat 10 islands. I kind of forgot that was happening. Cool. Whale. It's weird saunas dislike fishers so much. They like huts though, so some mid 40s over here. There we go. Just need to get a little more height. Trying to get these stairs into the water. 67 or 80? What? From what? I guess just all the huts? Whew. Alright, well let's place more huts first, so 3 points each. I guess they get 2 from the sauna, so it's only a 1 point difference. Meh. 1 point is 1 point. Or in this case, 4 points. So, some 33s. Yeah. 33 is a fine hut. I've seen some 40s, but not a lot. I don't think that 35 will be a block. No. Okay. Now I gotta place this sauna in such a way it doesn't block. Looking at my buildings to see if I want to place the shaman. It's like the only thing that I can think might be worth it. And I really might just want to use these for boosting building score at some point. Place a couple of them down here and then fill this area with houses or something like that. There's also just like 36 over here, so maybe the +5 on the sauna is not what I should be concerned with. Okay, 95, and then immediately double check this. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll take a 95. That's pretty good. Take backsies for the Boon. I should. It's strictly better play, but I don't. You know what? If I get Blossom, it will matter. Statue or Precious. Okay. Similar decision to what I had last time. I don't have Neighborly anymore, so the statue is definitely not going in this central area. It would just score off all the trees, and then it would boost like some parks and stuff. I think Precious is worth more than that. Fortune Teller is up to 234 from my stored points. And now I need to replace this. 95, recheck this. Okay. Good. 30 houses. 31 houses. Okay, so we're already at 340, 355. And then when we expand it, we're looking at 425, and yes, I am getting a -20. Not that broken up about it. So let's plateau. And then try it again. Okay, I do tag that. So this is 450 points already with... Oh, and I can... Okay, you can see the larger bubble. That's cool. It's a little hard to see, but I can detect most of this, it looks like. So maybe not the entire span, but... Now, I guess we can start placing up here. If I'm ready for that. I'm trying to think what would be a reason not to do that. So I'm not doing... I mean... this is honestly worth it, I think, which is such a weird consideration. But because I'm blocking so many of the rays, and I'm only getting -9, which is not a... Oh, wait a minute, I can get +12 down here. That does seem better. Let's see if I'm getting that with some houses. Not the ones over here. Yeah. This is a weird placement, but I think I will make the play and defend it. I think it is... Ultimately, this is like a 40-point swing. I can probably get a 39 or 31, pardon, elsewhere if I find like a really good tucked up spot. Or I think I was looking at some 2s over here. So this is a 40-point lower shaman, but A, I have 3 of them to place, so I can still get my 40s with the other ones. There's not that many 40s. B, this is going to be 5 points on a bunch of houses, like some houses up here, some houses over here, some houses over here. I think it'll pay for itself. Maybe narrowly. Maybe it's not paying off as much as I'd like, but... Oh, do temples like wall houses? They do, +4. It's not very much. Truly weird. I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what the strategy that I'm missing is, but I guess let's... Because I would even rather have another wall platform. Okay, weird. Whatever. Now, it's close to time to start thinking about the fortune teller. Because I'm not getting 110 points from every 6 buildings. Sometimes I am, but I'm definitely having go-rounds where I don't as well. Only placed 1 park, so not going to be getting great scores here yet. This might be a good shrink situation, though. There aren't a ton of spots to place this. My parks are low scoring. The aviary is high scoring, so I could go ahead and aviary. Temple doesn't care either way. I think aviary likes temple, but yeah, only 3 points, so I'm not going to fight over 3 points. 114 probably feels good. So I guess I'm thinking about like a jeweler up here, so I can't take that spot, but I guess temple doesn't like jeweler, right? No, it doesn't care. It doesn't like the mine, but that's fine. Okay. 114-point aviary. Jeweler can still go right here. Let's actually move this over just a little bit. Leave barely enough room for the jeweler. It's a little closer. Okay, so decent aviary. You know, like a 115-point building or whatever is not a bad building. It's just not growing as quickly as I'd hoped. Pretty good little unlock pack. Now, we have a 15 or a 22? Yeah. Now I can pop in here for a 20. I could also just go ahead and take out this this pawn. I don't think that's worth it, but it is like a very minor difference. It's only 2 points worse to do it in that order. kind of fun. Kind of interesting, mostly. Okay. Sick. Let me see if I can... Nah, that further in one is too tucked away. That's fine. Now I'm out of double placements, so I think I hold off on doing any more. Still probably have a... Ooh, 36, possibly 38. That sauna's giving me +2. I think this time I might be placing exactly 6 buildings to get more, so the value of my fortune teller staying fairly static. But static is okay, because static will trend upwards over time once I get to placing the really valuable buildings. So a 32 would be cool, but I'm nervous about the temple reaching it. Increase area, temple. No, it does not. Okay. Also love that because I'm just tagging every building down here. Doesn't really matter where I put this. The only problem is if I get far enough over to get that lumberjack. Oh, I think my nightlight is turning on. 1 second. Alright everyone, I actually had to step away for a little bit, but I am back, ready to continue grinding. Just place this mill. Obviously we want multiple fish kites if possible, the high score buildings. Okay, taking stock of where we left off. Remember we are replete with boons. I need about 120 points in 6 buildings. That feels very achievable. It also feels like I might be able to tag that boon. Oh yeah. Absolutely no problem. Just have to sit here for a little bit, let the points trickle in. There we go. Let's see what we got. Okay. I mean, obviously it's bargain, and obviously I need to use it almost immediately. So it's probably just a temple. I think I place a score boosted temple and then bargain it and then demolish it. Or demolish it later, I guess. So I don't want to make even one more choice until I have used my bargain. So I need to spend as many of those as possible. And a score boosted temple is going to be like, I don't know, 600 points or something right now. It's going to be a lot. Yeah, okay. So this is actually probably higher scoring than my expanded range, at least right now. Maybe as I continue filling this area, that'll swap, but... So I can just take a cool 568 and then not even demolish it yet and then bargain it. I guess I don't need to just immediately slap down the temple though, right? Like there's no disadvantage as long as I don't choose my next buildings. I can place a few things. Man, that's so close to contact. Well, I suppose these are good. I just can't unlock more. I'm trying to think if there's a reason I shouldn't just do this and just like place a ton of buildings to boost the perspective score of my temple. before it gets multiplied again. As long as I use the bargain before I unlock more, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Oh, I do think it makes a difference. I think it makes a positive difference. I guess I should clarify. I think this is going to be really high scoring, perhaps. I guess the only downside to placing these, and now it's too late, is that this jeweler spot is losing value, but... How much do they hate each other? Minus 30. Okay, well... Well, now I'm considering that this might end up, like, over here or something, just so these can both actually tag the precious metal mine, which I can put, like, here or something. Okay, so on that assumption, I am just going to fill this place with houses. Kind of a weird distribution of shapes. Gonna require a bit more thought about how to place them. Save a small L for right there. This I am losing 1 spot worth of space, but that doesn't really feel bad or preventable. I'm just only gonna get this shape, apparently. Weird. Okay, and then... take this 26. Yeah, so maybe I only got 26 points out of that, but I think now what else would I theoretically want to place first? I don't have any masons, just double checking. Not yet ready for tower. Could do a second wall, I guess. But if it's gonna show up penalizing me later, I don't want it. 26 that takes away this mansion placement spot is interesting. I mean, maybe just this mansion is interesting. Maybe that's what I do. I understand that running walls through everything might have some considerable value, but I don't even know if this is going to prevent that. I think I'll still be able to run the walls how I would like. So we'll do that, and then, yeah, there's some pretty good walls in here. Seen a few 23s. I guess, I mean, if this doesn't prevent the temple placement, it's probably really good. Dang. Okay, you can't wall on both ends. That's fine. Could have had it all. Okay, so is that going to get detected? Looks like, yes, it is lighting up. Now I have 401. Okay, so we go to Boons. We score multiply a temple for a cool 641 points. I mean, yeah, that's just pretty busted just by itself. Don't have any other walls to place or anything. Feels like that's the play. 641. Ta-da! That was quite a few points. Cool. Okay, so let's start burning through these single choices. So I get brewing pack, got a new pyre, that's kind of cool. And monument, new lighthouse, monument, and water platform, only got one. And wall platform might be my last building choice. Yep, alright, and I got another temple! Wow, that is a high yield outcome. And then I have one boon choice that's going to be blocked now. But that's not too bad, honestly. That feels like a really valuable bargain. And losing 256 points kind of sucks, but also getting back a lot of that. You get to keep 60% of what it originally... Yeah, that feels about right. Okay. You know, not a bad outcome, actually. Okay, I have sustainable, shrink, increase, demolish, level up, precious, and score multiplier. I certainly could just immediately demolish and then score multiplier replace this same temple. I'm really elevating my fortune teller at this point. Huh. I do wonder if the bigger area temple is going to get there. Like, I wonder if that's ever going to be worth more. I don't think I do it immediately, but probably before too much longer, I'll want to multi-temple. Okay, we have a 92 pyre and kind of a cool 82, 85. Back here is going to be lower, just not reaching as much stuff. Some 70s. Looks like just doubling up is the superior choice. Okay, so this one is the best, and we'll do a 112 point pyre. Kind of love to see that. Alternately, a 109 over here that will score better on this one. Yeah, if I could just go a little bit up this wall, I get a lot more points. But, oh, no, there is 100 right there. Cool. Okay, so in light of that 100, I think this will not be 4 points better. So let's just do a 112. Love to see it. Above 250,000 points. And creeping up on the next boon. So there's 6 more buildings. Now, before my next temple, I have mini wall platforms that I can increase my score with. So I guess first question is, do I just fortune teller now? I only need to get 108 points in 6 buildings or fewer. Feels so achievable. Especially, I might just plop the lighthouse. They're not buildings that I tend to commit very deeply to. And I guess I should place the seaweed farm first. Maybe consider the fishers. Okay. So if I want this to actually allow further double field placements, I'm not going to be getting a great score from it, which is fine. I'm not like upset at a 12. It's not exciting, but looks like there actually is not a... Okay, there's a 16 right here that's kind of crappy. I guess we take 12. And probably should have checked this first, but I just don't think it's going to be, yeah. Nothing of real value out there. These are also not inspiring. And none of these will... Well, I guess I could... Sustainable. I have 3 sustainables and so far only 1 hermitage. So I can take like a 34 in here. That's a good score. We'll boost my warehouses. We'll boost my lighthouse. Yeah. That feels pretty good to me. And keep grabbing the wrong building. I have too many buildings down here. I'm trying to think what else sustainable might be good on, or if I should just do the next fisher. I mean, I'm kind of fighting for 5 points here, but I wonder if over here is just better anyway. I mean, it's 18 plus 22. It's a 40-point fisher. Well, this one's better for other stuff. I think it is lighthouse time, though. I saw a 63, lower scores. Gonna be way lower in a lot of these places. Maybe a 64, yeah. Yeah, that feels plenty to me. Island's complete. Huzzah! That's just 5 buildings. And we either get a terrace or 4 more rerolls. Terrace would be really good with one of my 2 preciouses. It's also just a good source of points in general. I definitely don't need it. But it is good. It will be many points. I think I'm just going to take the reroll. The terrace is powerful. There's no denying that. But I have so many wall platforms and water plateaus. I still have 2 shamans for potentially increasing my house points up here. And a lot of these houses are just going on wall platforms. 2 market, mountain shrine, triple tavern, double circus is interesting. I can get some real value out of that. 18 parks, 0 of them placed. Oh, I placed 1 park. I placed 1 park, like 4 houses. This is kind of a wild island. I think the rerolls getting me another war chest is going to be really valuable. So I'm going to pass on the terrace. Okay. So now, can I get 175 points in 5 buildings or fewer? Or do I just want to slap down this fortune teller? I mean, I'm not willing to make enormous sacrifices just to get, you know, maybe 10 or 15 bonus points on this. So if I'm already placing like 4 buildings a lap and I'm only boosting this score by 3, that's not great. Also, wild to think that I have 115 buildings right now. Wow. Okay. So if I was going to just do more temples immediately, I would, but I think I'm going to do a lot more building before I temple. And in that case, just let me think briefly if there's any other high value buildings that are not going up. This won't go up much, but it will go up. 106 over here, 108. Interesting. Yeah, that'll go up. Warehouses, towers, everything's going up. Everything gets better if I just keep holding. Haven't placed a single fountain yet. I have 5 of them. I think I'm just a long way away from my high value buildings being at their highest. So I think I have fortune teller. That's my judgment call. Alright, so I can get a 371. I probably should score multiplier this. So 2 of these can go on temples, or maybe 2, or maybe 1 and then 1 increase area. Then what other buildings am I going to place that are worth 370 points? I mean, the mountain shrine won't be, the market won't be. The towers are nowhere near. It'll just be too many buildings. Yeah, I think I score multiplier a fortune teller for 600 points. This game. This game. Alright, can't take that spot, but. So 585, 580. Take away this good spot for 593. It's 10 points. Does not make sense to me how this little lip here is functioning. But it seems like that might be my placement, so leave a better fountain spot over here. Yep, don't understand why that's placeable and the fountain isn't, but 584 points. Something about it feels wrong, but I do think this is the play. I guess I could have shrank it. I could put another wall and then shrink a temple. That's an interesting thought. That also, well, I mean, I guess then I wouldn't be getting the score multiplier and stuff. Okay. Not good. New Boon. Should I mean, this is so dumb. I really should let myself get both boons and then undo it and check what the boons are. Because if they give me buildings, it's gonna be like, you know, 3 to 10 extra points on the fortune teller. That's so dumb. I think I'm gonna do it though. I'll just edit this out. Well, I guess I can show you what these are. Wow. Okay. These are both huge. Score multiplier and duplicate. So duplicating a temple is somewhat achievable. The monuments would be a big loss. So I would have to duplicate much later in the island. Now I do have 2 destroys. So 3 temples is already fully spoken for there. Versus my really good remaining buildings. I mean, obviously this is not a really good building, but those score multipliers aren't going to be as many points as I want them to be. They're not going to be small, but I just already have 3 of these to apportion out to my various buildings. Something like duplicating a wall platform could just be really powerful and very achievable. I guess would I rather have a wall platform or 2 score multipliers? Or a monument? I mean, so let's say that I just coat this area in parks. So that's 18 parks at 8 points each. Do some quick maths. It's like almost 160. So let's just say this is 160 points if I duplicate it. So just timesing both of these by 1 or by 1.6 for the score multiplier is already better than that. So I think it's just too difficult to get at the temple. All this stuff filled it in, and I had to use the bargain and get the new temple before getting all these. I couldn't have worked around that. I thought about it, but so yeah, sadly I think I have to skip duplicate. 5 score multipliers. Another increase area or a duplicate. I mean, neither of these is really lighting up my life. I think increase area is going to be worth a lot, but duplicate really complexifies this situation. Like, how do I guess once I spin my fortune teller, any further fortune tellers I get will fill in on the right. That'll be good. My Hermitage, whenever I get to that, I can duplicate. That'll be like 100. But I won't have placed this stuff. Yeah, duplicating from the right is an interesting challenge. I think if I get a duplicate, it's worst case scenario going to be a wall platform or a monument. That's not bad. Versus what buildings area do I care to increase? Maybe a market. I mean, I already might be shrinking my markets. It's an important tool in my arsenal to remember. Kind of a hilarious placement up here. This is a nuanced decision. I'm enjoying this. I guess this is probably only like 60 points, maybe 100 on the top end, because I'm not getting a temple with it. So, well, actually, I guess I could increase the area of 2 temples. Although I'm still not sure if the increased area temple will even be better. I think I can just build really tight around it with additional wall platforms and stuff. I'm just going to click on duplicate. I'm not confident about that decision, but I don't feel bad about it. And now I place the fortune teller for the same points as last time. Yeah. And then I have to sit through it. Well, I have to. I'll skip it for y'all. Okay, duplicating a mason is interesting. It's just right off the top, 64 points on my temples. Could just duplicate a city center. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so there is some logic to utilizing my duplicate by spending single copies of buildings that I would want to duplicate. Right, like if I don't have any hermitages and I get a new one, it'll show up on the right. So spending all of a building has additional value now. In service of that goal, I could just slap down a mountain shrine, and then I would have both mountain shrine and fortune teller as high value buildings that could rotate up. The hermitage could be placed before the fields. It'll be a little bit worse, and duplicating a hermitage is maybe not my top goal. Be fine. No more boons coming. 3 markets. That's not happening. So if I increase area of the shrine, it doesn't make it very much better. Okay, cool. I don't hate just doing this, but I do think it's probably going to cost me 30 or 40 points on the mountain shrine. Which is not a ton, all things considered. Don't have any neighborlies left, right? Yeah. Wondering if there's a way for this not to be god-awful. Seems like no. But I can take like a 45 out there. 31 out here. Yeah, I mean... -8 is something. -1 in the weirdest possible spot. Versus down here, I just have a cool 45, no problems. Creates a little decent buildable space around it. So, is this a 50-point swing? I don't know about 50. 50 is a lot of points. Could do them both with a duplicate. That can't be the play, though. Come on. Surely not. $50 points. You'd have 10 houses touching it. I mean, I would give you like 8. I don't know about 10. I'm gonna place it down here. I'd love to have a double wide space right there. Great. Okay, and then I'd love to have that boost the temples. I think I might need to do wall platforms first, just to guarantee that they remain placeable. That's a pretty good wall platform. I mean, it's not gonna, unless maybe I do the range increase, but it's not necessarily a placement for the temple, but I think it is just a good placement in general. Alternately, I could go more like here. This is very much not for the temple, but just makes a lot of high value buildable space for my 31 houses. Could do both. There is a great placement over here. So if I skip the wall, I can place right there, and then I can place maybe a second one higher up. Because that doesn't really block anything. My houses down here can still be pretty good. Let's take that one. And then a second wall platform here shouldn't block the temple. Really doesn't look like it would. And that is too close together. I will not be able to build on that. Yeah, I didn't even really see it from the side until I'd placed it, so that's on me. But obviously I can't let that sit as it was. That's probably way more space than I need. It is too high up to get detected by a mansion. I mean, that feels like they're going to be too close together, but sure isn't. Cool. So I can just build underneath this freely. I mean, okay, freely might not be might not be the ideal word actually, but I can build up in there. Cool. So then I just coat both of these in mansions and call it a day. Great. Love to see it. Can't clip anything through there. This, no way does that create enough space. I'll try it, but really doesn't seem like it should. Nah, those are like clipped into each other. Yeah. That's fine, that's fine. I had some other good ones. So I guess I could build off of this. How close does that get me to the temple? I mean, with the range extender, I'll be able to grab a fair amount of that. I could also just leave it for like a market or something, but yeah, let's leave this for my next one maybe. And then I have this. What a nightmarish city to live in. I also had some dreams about building down here. Yeah. Okay, do I need extra space from a water platform anywhere? Like, is there somewhere that it would be valuable to just create some flat land? Like, is this worth anything? Is that... I mean, it's not worth literally 0, but it's not worth very much. I don't know if it's worth 6 points. Right here could be a valuable spot. I don't even think it's like a good market though. Yeah, absolutely not. Okay. Just stack markets. Okay. I don't want to spend all my water platforms though, because I want my new buildings to fill in on the right. Mason I'm okay with placing, because any mason I get I'm just going to slap down immediately, so I don't need to... my ability to offload masons will not change, because I'm not going to wait on them for basically anything. A lot of this sadly unplaceable. Like this. Is this very close to the temple? I'm not missing something, right? That seems like it's like almost an adjacency. That's going to be easily detected. Cool. Now, what do I have multiple of? 33, 36, 40s along this little ridge line here where I wanted to put another wall platform. Maybe... don't have very many 40s here. It's like a few good huts, though. let's see them. And if that means that I have to place my wall platform here that much higher, so be it. This can still detect a bunch of normal houses a little higher up. So much potential here. Okay. Are these all just going to be awful? Too much industry in this area. Yeah. Suppose I should have placed this one, if I am going to, which I think I should. Should have placed it before the city center. That's a 5-point loss. The 24 is in a noticeably worse spot. Maybe I'll settle for a 22. Now I've got some decent houses around here. Bunch more mansions, love to see it. Speaking of, I guess let's start placing some of these. 32 points is a mansion I am excited about. And that's on this corner. So I think they're actually all pretty good. And this one being square, this mansion being square is not ideal, but not a huge issue. I'm not going to wait for it to improve. A 41-point mansion. Wow. I also, sorry, I know I just placed and deleted, but I think I just want to make really sure that this mansion is fully utilizing that space to make sure that I have access to place as many as I want up here. Did I kill my 41 somehow? Fascinating. Must be just some like tiny quirk of the reach that is allowing me to do this at all. Well, I can't miss out on a 41 pointer. That's simply too much to mess around with. Okay, this still fits. Great. So basically, perfect mansions. I don't just want a 25, though. I think I can do a little better. I know that's a much lower score, but it doesn't take up valuable space in the same way. Okay, so the next size coming up is the correct shape, so I'll just wait. Could take a 21. It's pretty good. A little nervous about using up too much of the prime space here because this stone wall here clips out enough that I think it is going to be a barrier. This is like, yeah, it's 3.5 wide now, so I'm not going to be able to do a ton there. Maybe I could get a wall to connect. Maybe. Probably could have off that lower platform, but I had other priorities. Okay, no wall. Let's just stay on this lower platform that I've already been exploring. So we'll do that, and then slide this in. Come on. fully utilize that space. Lots of good and pretty good mansions just crammed in here. Which does mean that these jewelers are probably gonna pop off. Yeah, there's some really good ones, true. I don't want to figure out the next mansion, so I'm just gonna place something else. I don't think that's a space that I'm going to be giving to anything else. So let's take a 35. It's quite good. My only concern is, will the expanded reach touch it? But if it's a -20, I can bear that. Still not even certain if the expanded reach will be worth more than the score boost. New plateau. Okay. I don't know how much action that's going to be getting, but maybe I shrink it and fit it in up here. That could be pretty cool. Be a lot of points. A lot of bad placements. Not a lot of good ones. This area is too compact. Remember, there used to be a spot along this wall I could place it, but almost certainly blocked that now with my rampant expansion since then. I wonder if the full-size one fits in that spot. That's a pretty good plateau location. You can't put a plateau on a plateau. I think because of the pyre, this actually does not work. Could take this one. It's going to boost a lot of buildings. It's not getting the temple, of course, but... Oh. Wait, how far forward can I... What? What is happening here? Why is this permissible? I'm going to place this just to kind of see it. I don't... I mean... Unfortunately, it might be good. It doesn't, like, suddenly make this space ideal for mansions, but it's +3 on the houses. I guess I need to... I'm thinking so much about my temple, but I need to think about these 32 houses as well. So I need to increase my score up here. I need to reprioritize that. Okay, so this will cost me 1 shrink. I don't think it's worth a duplicate. So let's double check that there isn't a better spot. This looks so close too, but it's just not quite there. Okay, that's probably very powerful. I can't move it like almost at all. It is such a specific spot. But it is a good spot. Love to see it. Now, I guess I maybe should not have placed that because of my duplicate strategies, but you know, I think it's fine. I'll play around it as the need arises. This is a complex game. I have reached a game state of complexity where I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus 6, 15 boon charges, and I think probably like 120 buildings. So I have many, many things to consider. Wonder how much my level up's going to be worth. It's going to be interesting to track. Oh, okay, wait a minute. I was waiting to place these until I could double check the cliff house situation. I was waiting to place my cliff houses until the wall plateaus were on. That's what I should have said there. I don't know what words I did say, but they were not correct. So now that I have placed these, I can't see where that is, but I can't imagine that it's blocking anything, given that I can't see in there at all. Like, how could it be blocking a building when I don't even understand what I just placed on or how to reach it again? I guess let's just, look around a bit. 3 points is not a good score, but it is pretty well positioned. Looks like I can slide in along this wall to some degree. Okay. Don't exactly know what's happening here, but take a 21 and then try and see where... I mean, presumably it's just along this cliff face, which is really up in there somewhere. I can't make out where. And I don't mind spending all my cliff houses because I don't think I'm getting more, because I got these from a boon. I have not actually unlocked cliff house yet. I intend to keep it that way. A lot of mediocre or even bad scores. I guess let's take an 18 that I don't think is going to interfere with a future potential wall platform situation. And then we just have to find one more pretty good spot. I saw one flash there for a second. Okay, once I find that 18 again, I'm 20? 22? Yeah. Okay, truly no idea where those went, what they're doing, but they made me some points. I don't want to duplicate a shaman. I could go in on the jewelers, but maybe I just go back to placing boring buildings. Could just be house o'clock. Okay, that did leave enough room. And could take this space instead. I don't remember. Oh, there's a little shaman there. Okay. So I could do 3 small L houses. Guess I will currently hold out for that. It's something that I'm willing to give up on, but for the moment, it's not really costing me much to wait. A few randomy buildings. Take a 40-point hut if I can find it. I'm not willing to give up that space. 35 quite centrally. 30. Some 36s and adjacent scores down here. A 33. Alright, well, looks like 35-ish is about as good as I'm able to get, and I don't think I was able to place a mason here previously, so when I come back to that, I can keep that in mind. I know this violates the grid, but I'm going to prioritize the score, leaving as much room as possible. Okay, I'll hold the last one. I guess if I'm planning on copying a fortune teller, I should still be playing with fortune teller strats, but at a certain point you have to give up on something. Might be about time for my first warehouse. So if that is going to happen, what happens first? That doesn't matter. Okay, industry buildings. Does it care about lumberjacks? That's too small fry. Yeah. I guess none of this actually. Like maybe I could sustainable a fisher right here. Is that even in my warehouse detection? Nope. Maybe I could sustain a fisher right here. I mean, it's a fair amount of points. And then I still have one sustainable for other high value opportunities, but yeah. 68's a high score, and I'm aware that that fills a bunch of the space here that I was potentially thinking about for houses. I kind of forgot about the warehouse, and I think it is a higher priority in this particular case. Sawmill and lumberjack. I'm glad to have them holding space over here. I don't want them, but I don't want to be gummed up by something else instead. So we come back to this situation. There we go. Here's our first small L. So 43 points. Taking a -2 from the wall, that is in fact a small L. That is a bad joke. 33 and 31 on this lower platform. What a busted island. What a fun game. Alright. There we go. Now I got a square. I could put 2 squares and then one of the Tetris blocks up here. Heck yeah, just the Tetris I needed. Not something I've said very often in this game. I don't tend to like that shape, but sometimes it's what the doctor ordered. Okay, are these spots good enough for mansions? Kinda. They're not great. Let me play here and just see what the next shape is. Okay, don't love square either. But I need to do something with these mansions. They can't just sit here. So you get pretty good scores up here. I guess I'm getting to the point where I should think about things like the circus. Obviously this whole area is going to be covered in houses, but thinking ahead of time about where I want the circus to be could be pretty profitable. I don't think I want to place like a 7. That just doesn't inspire confidence. I don't want to fill this area with mansions because then my circuses will suck. Okay, mansions have to stay over here. Understood. I will place in such a way that I think minimizes the impact on the rest of my scoring houses up here. Because I'm going to need to just sort of wrap around this protrusion because I can't really build into it effectively. That's a good shape to get. That's the other one I needed. So I think I will slightly rework this. I think this layout gives me a little greater, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's just going to be better. I have 5 of these to place, so I kind of need to be aggressive in where I commit fountains. And if that's the case, I should fill this area first. Okay, one thing at a time. So place that, and then, I guess the 27 and then the 21, and that only leaves a little bit of dead air. A little bit of underutilized space, I suppose I should say. Building around here does not move me. So let's go here. And this is not exactly the shape I wanted, so I'll wait. Also not exactly the shape I wanted. Not a bad one, but I guess I wait as well. Trying to see if there are other decent mansion spots remaining on this low ground. Or I may have basically used them all. And if only. This spot where I've clipped into the wall here is unfortunate to see. So I guess let's find that 76. And may cost me a point or two in waiting for the right mansion, but current draw is 2. So I'm not getting very many more buildings on this island. I kind of got to work with what I got. So in those terms, duplicate is going to end up on, I suppose, a monument. Okay, that's not a building that I'm upset about duplicating. Let's go back to houses. I have a ton of them to place. And one circus can go maybe right here. I know that this is currently a higher score, but once I fill in this area, I think this will be better. And it's also further away from the temple, which if I end up using a reach expander there is going to matter. So. Oh, interesting. I did not expect to be able to clip onto that. Oh, maybe this is better, just to use one of these. I might end up just using these fountains for park value, though, because you can get a lot of points on a park. Or I might use them... 32 is pretty good. Are the houses only 1 point? No, they are 2. Okay, let's do this. Again, I have 4 of these to place, so getting value out of them is going to necessitate some focus at this point. Yeah, I know it's a lower score than some others that I was offered, but it uses less space, which is also valuable. Oh, I got the last tiny L. Huzzah! And then a square right here versus a 28 pointer. Meh. Now, I don't think a full building could fit in there, so I could wait for a long L house. Probably won't have to wait that long. Not a long L joke, I just think it will happen soon. I'm nervous about blocking out my circus because I actually already have, yeah, because this thing is shrunk. I was kind of just thinking about the size of a normal circus, but because this is shrunked down, I don't have a lot of size around it. I guess I could maybe fill the outside with some small houses. We'll see. 2 buildings. These scores do not inspire great confidence in me. I may wish to partially transition over to here. I think having market space is unfortunately still quite valuable, so I'm trying to leave this platform for the market, but that does mean giving up some nice possible placements. Okay, if it doesn't fit anywhere but here. And then, okay, circus still fits for 81 points. Not a bad circus at all. In fact, an incredible circus. Not the shape I need, but it's the shape I have. This is what I was looking for. And I basically can't put another one on here without knocking out my circus potential, so let's build around it a little bit. I hate to just keep getting this shape. Glad I remember this spot though, because this is demonstrably and obviously better, so. Don't like how that prevented my next placement. I think these are fully blocked in. Certainly looks like it. Then could take a 26 or alternately a 19 that is at least a mansion, which there is value in placing mansions for sure. They're hard buildings to get a lot of points out of, so when you get the chance. Guess let's do it. I might never get a better shaped mansion, and even if I did, I guess it would be 7 points. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't remember when I placed this that I'm supposed to have a jeweler down here. Dang. Probably took 10 or 15 points. Hate to see it. Still got some good ones over here, though. And I'm not going to demolish the mason. Don't be ridiculous. Just got to remember what I got. Just refreshing myself. There's a lot of it. So I guess let's start mansioning. So my let's finish mansioning. Might miss out on 7 points there or something, but you know what? It's one building. I know this is silly, but let me check just the next one building and then I'll know. Not a mansion. Cool. All right, may never get a mansion again, so let's just play with what we got. Place that in a central spot. Now, my jewelers are going to go in under here, because I guess I could shrink a market there. Man, I need to place the jeweler somewhere. One jeweler right there, the second one right here, so then the mines have to be kind of in between them. And the mines don't hate each other very much. It's good to know. Try to find a good place for them. That's not far enough over. Cool. More like there. I think it's obviously going to be close enough from this direction. But, oh, also from this one. Perfect. And then we'll just try and duplicate that. Not literally duplicate, but place in a very similar spot. So this is a 45-point swing in order to get plus 60. So it's 15 points better than just placing it up here. 15 points is well worth doing. Whew. Damn. I mean, I'm tempted to place that kind of on principle. So then my markets need to be like randomly up here, shrunken down here, but I'll be placing one. Or it could be here. Obviously, I'm kind of hoping for another wall platform, but that's not reliable. So I could place it here with a score multiplier. I think I'm going to leave that spot for the market. I don't think it's like much better to do, but I think it's a little better, so I'll do it. Great. Very compact. Hey, new buildings. New building. Down to my last building payouts. It's kind of cool, just stacking these. I don't think I'll be able to get any better. So yeah, let's stack them. Looks kind of cool too. I know that I just placed that when I'm trying to hold on to one of each building, but it doesn't really feel like it matters. I was placing a wall along here. $32 pointer is a good wall. At some point I will find where that 32 is again. And I will come back to that later, actually. I have other stuff to do. If only any of this was placeable. Is that the space I need for the market? It is. Cool. I want to hold off on placing the circuses until I've done my temple shenanigans. I guess the question is, am I ready for temple shenanigans? So, getting more masons would be impactful. Cliff house a little bit. I could go ahead and place a tower. It's only going up in value, but it is 25-ish, 26 points on my temples, probably. No, I'm gonna wait. Actually, no, I am gonna place it because I think the between round points tip it over a little bit for me. $127. Do I want to score boost that or range boost it? Okay, well, definitely not range boost. So of my 4 score multipliers, I guess I mean, even these are like comparably high scores, so I don't need to worry about getting the tower when I could just place it instead. Cool tower design. Now, another cool fountain. 1 wall. Yeah, once you get to the point of getting 1 building, it's pretty crushing. They wrap you up pretty quick. Let's go ahead and do temple stuff. So I need to demolish. Then just by itself, this is 503 points. And I don't think I can... I'm gonna undo that and try and place another wall in here real quick. Not that I think this should be possible, but maybe it is, and it's worth checking. So this might prevent... I can definitely do... I guess let's try it. Let's see. Okay, so this wall would be worth 8 points more if I place the market after, but I think it's a good wall to boost my temple score now, which will also boost my between round score. The points add up. These don't feel like I'm going to be able to tag them with the temple. Glad to see a end-to-end connection. I'm not sure I've actually gotten a single one of those with any of my... I mean, I know the walls I've placed haven't scored end-to-end connections. I'm not sure I'd seen one until just then. Because I'm placing these weird temple boosting walls. I'll just wrap this area in my remaining walls. Place the tower. Sorry, I'm just trying to think if there's other stuff I need to do first? I don't think so. Okay. Where were we? 238 points in debt. Okay, so now I have 513 as my full score. So with an increased area, I can take that up to 773. That is by far the highest point value building I've seen yet. 773 or 820. I'm too good at building compact things. So might fiddle around a bit. Yeah, there we go. 836. I wonder if there's an intersection of all of these scores. Looks like no. 836. Wow. While these points trickle in, we have some time, certainly. I need to remember 2 buildings to be precious, 1 sustainable, 1 duplicate. The increased area might be like a market. Currently, my 2 preciouses are going on 2 fish kites, I believe. And the fish kite does dislike the temple, so I could... No, it's not... Because, unfortunately, the fish kite likes things like the market, so I'm going to need to place all of those before fish kite. Also, now that I know that I'm not expanding the temple, I can do things like place the circus. Which I guess this is... Okay, look, I don't actually think it's time to place the temple yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think it's worse than scoring some other buildings. Also, I'm no longer at a negative score. I wonder how that worked out. They're pretty mediocre, but I could have a 95-point market instead. Yeah, these are... Because I have all my houses stacked right here, that was a really good circus. But my other my other circuses are not gonna be even close to that. I mean, a 45 is a good circus. It's just not incredible. And I need this spot over here anyway. Maybe I need all 3 of them. Because I do have 10 more houses that I just wasn't ready to place yet. I guess I'm maybe still not ready to place. So let me go brewery up here, because it's going to be plus 18 on up to 3 taverns. That's a lot of points. Then I want to place the warehouse, which requires a bunch of other stuff first. So I guess, okay, where are my markets going? Let's start there. So 1 market here, 1 market here, and I guess I could shrink a market. Still have 2 shrinks left. I gotta find some value out of them. So down here is bad. Up here could be pretty good. Over here is potentially alright. It's gonna get A-, but It also does not tag my existing structure, but my existing warehouse, that's okay. Not a deal breaker. Okay, so no, I'm going boom, boom, boom. This seems like a really good warehouse spot, actually. And in service of that, I will place this here. Come over here with a... I mean, I'm seeing like a 26. Also saw some like 30-somethings pop up. Yeah, right here would be a 31. Interesting. Well, if 26 is what I got, that's not bad. Oh, 34. Perfect. But only in certain facings. Now, get some small amount of points out here. Come on, wiggle up. I do still need to place all these water plateaus, so I guess in that sense I should check around the outside, but doesn't seem like any of these spots are any good. No. Cool. Then I could just place one over here as a 4-point sacrifice. That doesn't seem good enough. I mean, this stuff's also not good, but I guess I can do this. Nine points, and then it'll boost these as well. Or this, maybe just gets 1. It's not nothing, but it's pretty close. I'll take it, though. There we go. Wait, did it not give me a building? Wait. Wait, what? Does it actually cut you off? At some point, the game's just like, nah, you've had enough. We're done with you. Get out of here, buddy. I don't actually dislike that from a design perspective. I mean, obviously I was kind of expecting the island to keep going, so I may have made some decisions differently, but overall, I think it's probably fine to cut people off after a certain point. Yeah, I filled it and I did not get a building. Cool, okay. So at some point, yeah, they are just like, nope, you are done, buddy. Okay, so let's assume this is every building I am getting for the rest of the island. In that case, I think I place Shaman next. It doesn't improve with any building that I have except for 1 seaweed field, excuse me. So I could place it for 39 points just to score. That feels pretty strong. Up here is going to get pretty bad negatives. I could do like an 11 or something. I still have 10 houses to place. So getting some extra value on houses is meaningful. But I think this is just going to be too high of a score to pass up. And I've now seen a 47, which is even juicier. Yeah, I mean, 47 score I'm pleased with. Cool. Now the seaweed field is not going up in value, so I see a 21. Looks to be maybe my highest. There's also some unplaceables over here. Poke around a bit to see if there's a placeable one. There's not. So a 22. Great. Okay. I have placed every building that will increment my huts. So now let's find the best huts. Some 32s, 35 and 6 and 7 in and among all the industry. I can also think strategically about 4 score multiplier, 2 precious, 1 level up, 1 increase area. That has to be a market, I guess. I also still have this mountain shrine, which who knows where that should go. I kind of got crowded out of my city, honestly. Like, all the various edges where it would have been good to place have been taken by other, potentially more important buildings. But an 87 isn't bad. Does it care about anything I'm holding? The monuments, yeah, and the parks. Okay, so I gotta wait on that, because I also have all these parks. I guess maybe it's park o'clock. Maybe I need to get moving on those. 28 versus each park getting +4. +4 seems superior. So I am going to... My Hermitage is going to be what I plan around. Maybe let's try shrinking it. See if there's some good central location for it. Kind of looks like no. Okay. So something like the 21 here. Yep. Okay, so that'll be my Hermitage. And that can't detect anything over here. Alternately, I could use a size up on it. I almost feel like that'll worsen the score, though. I only have 1 park down, so if I wanted to hard pivot to placing my parks over here, I could. It's not much more space, though. I guess I could place them all down here. And just coat everything in parks. Yeah, the way that I initiated this island with a bunch of vergers into some statues into killing all the verger, I don't know about that. Obviously this island's going well, but maybe this would have been... Maybe my vergers should have been spent elsewhere and just taken lower point value statues. I'm not sure. Because you do get a lot of value from those early points on the statues. Okay, you know what? We're going to take a 3 and a 0 and try to double check some spacing stuff. This one I already placed, but looks okay to me. Now let's start with the parks. So I don't think anything else. Nah. Nothing else I have really is going to matter here, so. I think another line park will fit right there. Let's hope. Huzzah! And yeah, we'll do a couple over here. Trying to avoid taking out these trees when I can, like that previous one. Build over just a little bit. You know, I didn't even really... Now that I have all of my buildings locked in for certain, I can be really strategic about what I duplicate. Because I'm not getting more buildings, so... It might still just end up being... Oh, I definitely filled kind of both the spots I was thinking about for the Hermitage. That's really funny. I don't even... I don't know what I'm doing. I need to wrap this island up. There's too much going on. Man, if only I could shrink it right there. It looks so close to placeable. This was not some master plan. This was just me being forgetful. I mean, I guess I can just build up here and... Yeah. I mean, using the shrink backs it off enough that it's not even like a bad score. And then my monuments... Like one here or something. One up here. Maybe it is more like one here, one here. Okay, well, let's place these out. Let's see what I'm working with. I know I'm killing trees now, but... Oh! Wait, I got a building! Did I not get buildings for a while because I deleted the temple and I was just working off that debt, but it wasn't showing off correctly? That seems much likelier now that I think about it. Okay, interesting. Well, why am I... On that note, why am I saving this temple? What else am I going to place? Seems like it's temple time. So, score multiplier, first temple, 836 is the high score. And then just immediately come in here and demolish it. Wait. 3 new buildings. Okay, I think demolishing it while I was getting the points correctly. Oh, you can move Boons over? Can you move a building over? Wait a minute, let me think about that. I don't... Probably not. Probably not, right? Like, if I place this and then delete it, it's not gonna... Or then undo it. It's not gonna appear on the right. Yeah, it's not. That's not how it works. But I do have 3 new buildings now. Not great, not terrible. Okay. Now we do the final score multiplier temple. Another 836 points. Cool. Fun time. Fun island. And while all these points are trickling in, I think I will continue placing parks. Yeah, looks like these might be... like that 108 and then this 113, and I don't think they conflict with each other. Oh yeah, I have a third one coming. Gotta remember that. That can be somewhere else. I'll figure it out. A lot of points from this here temple. Ooh, plateau. Would I rather copy a plateau? No, probably not. I might shrink it. This creates some pretty good house spaces. I'm okay with that. I'd love to just get like just a high natural scoring one, but doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of options for that. I guess it might be better to just place it here and create a better hermitage spot. Yeah, it's like a 40-point plateau, more or less. And over here it's 19 and then creates some pretty darn good houses, actually, like 20-somethings. We have 20-somethings at home. I think I'm gonna do this, mostly as payback for having undervalued and underplanned all of my various hermitage work over here. Okay, just 6 more parks to place. Taking out some trees at a certain point is unavoidable. Yeah. Why not random 10? Okay. So now I need to place all of this stuff over to the monument. So 27's pretty good. And I was thinking about maybe maybe my market would end up here. But I think I was thinking about a diagonal and shrunk market, and I think I'm past that. I think my markets are here, here, and here. Let's see if there's a better spot where I can use this to kind of influence my last warehouse placement, but doesn't really seem like it. So I could just take a 12, and then my warehouse will be a further +6. That's an 18-pointer. Do some stuff up here that takes away good placement locations, but 23 is better than 18. Can't take that spot. think getting good scores from both of these is kind of impactful. So I'll do that. And then this is going to end up here. So I guess I am probably shrinking this market, so I can just place that right up against, like so. And then we'll take a 50. Need to not be, well, I don't know, I guess I can score the points. I was going to say I need to not be scoring points, but I can just score them and then not redeem the new buildings. That's fine. The new building. 37 up there on the high ground. Probably as good as it is going to get. Some 32 sort of action in here. Okay. Now I need to start thinking about my level up at some point. I guess I'm not quite there, but level up's coming soon. I still got it. And these 10 houses will help me walk it in too. Okay. One park doesn't change the math in any direction. Place it there kind of in the middle. Now do a 24. That's not bad. Thinking about where 3 of these are gonna go. I could do like 1, 2-ish, somewhere up here, and then 3, and I think none of those contact, and in that case, this spot right here is available. So that's a 24. I guess I am better off with a 31, because the monuments don't care, right? Yeah. Let me see if my shrunken market still fits up there. It does not. Okay, interesting. So I would need to shrink both buildings, which doesn't really feel worth it. I can do 24, 24. Wonder if this is a good building to increase the range of. Probably not. Probably the markets are just worth more, but kind of an interesting thought. Okay, okay. Shame I don't have this spot open anymore, but I just filled with that park. So that'd be a pretty good one. Lots of middling scores. Let's just take the 27. Yeah. Had some decent increase in this score too. Okay, so the mountain shrine. I guess I should do monuments first. I gotta place 5 walls. Somewhat annoyingly, placing the walls does require me to place a lot of other stuff like the markets, but that is okay. So let's see 235 versus 157 versus 251. Yeah, I think the increased area is going on a market. Alternately could go on the first monument that I place. So 184, and then get 1, 2. Looks like less of an impact. Increase area, market. Let's go. Didn't really have to place that market, I guess, because the walls aren't going to be impacted by it, but I already did. I don't really want to undo it, so 145. Ooh, 282 points from a level up. I can do better. I can do better. 145 there. Okay, let's take the 20 and then place a 16 here that creates some space. I mean, that just can't be worth it, right? Like, it doesn't look good. Yeah, 38 is not impressive. Alternately, there's like a 64 up here. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Get a weird 30. 45 with a bunch of minuses. Nah. Alright. That is a 74 up here. Now let's try and find a 27 point. Be like this plus one more house. Have I taken all my good house placements? Uh-oh. Might need to go down here. Okay. I was just placing that to try and walk in my score a little more, but I still have some runway. I don't think I need to do that yet. Upon further reflection, let's wait. That's like kind of annoyingly far out, but maybe a square house will fit in there or something. And on the assumption, I think very likely assumption. Oh, actually, if I place houses down here, that could end up being a better circus. Okay. I have 5 walls to place. So let's get this garbage out of here. $33 seems good enough. Hopefully I can link to that somehow. Or if nothing else, I can keep going around the outside. I mean, 22 is a good wall. It's not so good as to beat out other wall locations that don't link but are just better, so I don't want to become too all-consumingly dedicated to linking my walls. I think sometimes placing them just for their actual point value could be more impactful. It's like I already have, a 22 down here. 25. really feels like those should link. Come on. Ah, well. Okay, if I find the 25 again, I'll take it. I saw it. I know it's right here. Then, yeah, that's the kind of score I'm looking for. A 41-point wall. Now, a 15 or not a lot of trees around for me to tag into. I'm just gonna place right here. I know it's 1 point fewer. Actually, I don't think either of these are gonna matter, so I'll take the score that's just 1 point better, because it is 1 point. Sure, it's just 1 point, but it is also 1 point. And then I have a 26 or a 22 continuing this weird wall. Come on. Come on, help me out here. '26 is pretty good. Now that I finally have monument on the right side, let's duplicate. And then we can take a 184. I have 2 score multipliers still, so I think one of them does need to go here. $294, a different 294. Let's take the kind of central one. That'll be easier to avoid. $294 points cost a duplicate and a score multiplier, so not great, but not terrible. Just thinking again about if I need that spot up there. I don't think so. Okay, pretty mediocre buildings, that's fine though. This overfills by a pretty good margin. $140 is also, I need like 121 points. So I'm glad to have the 140, but maybe I don't place it just yet. Maybe I start with oh, 129 and then the 140 up here. That's pretty good. 129 is pretty close in on my target. Thinking about my level up, Boon. So is this going to be beating 140? No, because these both need to be precious. Both my fish kites will be precious, I believe. Okay, so can I get pretty darn close to 292 points? Well, I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, with all these houses and the seaweed field and everything, like I have enough small buildings that I feel pretty good about modulating my score in cautiously. Okay, 140 up to 224. Are my towers going to be better than 140? No, even this really good one's only 103. And the Hermitage is better than 140, just obviously already on the sticker. I think I even knew that. I don't know. Okay, so that's like 147. That does seem to be my highest scoring building, so let's score multiplier it. 235? Sure. Love to see it. Then we have a 35 here. I think my sustainable will be better used elsewhere. I am thinking about it. Let me see how many points I need so I can actually walk in. I think I'm nearing the point when I lose control of my exact score. So I have a lot of houses to still place. A lot of this area is totally filled up, which tracks. I'm not upset about it. Just trying to see if there might be some sneaky better spots distributed around. I mean, yeah, like a 15, but that's not, you know, any better. Just a more interesting location for the same score. 7 points. Sustainable. Fisher. Sometimes it doesn't select my building. I don't know why. 48 or 45. 45. 52. 55? Yeah, 55. Nice. One more park for my final. Oh man. Good park score. For my final monument. Okay, so that's a 19 that doesn't get detected, or I can do a 13 that does. That is worth more. It's 21 points, not 19. And it does get detected. All right. All I'm holding is precious and level up, which I don't want to use for this. So let's get it. Okay. Bunch more houses to place still. I'm not thrilled by like a 9-point house, but that might be what it's come to. There we go. That's a good one. I think I even commented on that spot when I was initially looking at it. Okay, not this shape, please. A very reasonable request, just give me a decent, placeable, shaped house. And this is how you repay me. 20 does not inspire. Well, it would if I could place it. It's not placeable. That's what I meant to say. Man, these Long Islands melt my brain. I'm gonna take a 10, kind of just to place it. Need something square to fit in there. There's probably a, yeah, there we go. And this one will fit over here for a 22 pointer. All right, now for 308 points, a level up. Do I think I'm getting better than 308? So kind of disappointing there isn't a better circus here that tags that statue. I mean, obviously I'm the one who did this, but all the same. You know what? I'm going to take 308. Maybe I miss out on 10 points or something, but even if it is exactly 10, that's not a deal breaker number for me. So now all I have is the 2 precious, which will be my last 2 buildings, which will be the fish kites. Okay, what would boost the mountain shrine more? The houses and stuff. Can't do mountain shrine yet. I can do hut for 35. There might be some sneaky 36 or something. I won't look around for long. Famous last words, right? 34. What was I looking at over here? 35? Alright. Now we have a 25, 29. Okay, I like the 29. That feels like it might be my score. Not a lot that's placeable around here, which makes sense. It's late in the island. 37, but that takes out the spot I need for... dang it. I spilled my water. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I spilled my LaCroix in my lap, so I had to step away and fix that situation. Where was I? Precious and circus, mountain shrine. Okay. Train of thought interrupted. It's getting very late here. I wanted to finish this island, but as always, my decision-making process has spiraled somewhat longer than I anticipated. As always. So, what am I really looking for here? Like, I guess, yeah, this 19 or 20. 20's great. Totally happy with a 20 at this point. This shape can go over here, and then we'll end up boosting my circus when I place it. 4 is not a score I will tolerate, however, so... Oh, it's my final house. Wait. Okay, so that's essentially an 8, because it boosts the circus by 4 points. There's a real 8. 11 is much more than 8, though, so... Seems like the 11 might be the runaway favorite. There's even multiple 11s around this area. Oh, heck yeah. Glad to find a better score. At no great cost, either. Okay, so this can be... just really good. Just take 111. Is that... That seems like the play? Yeah. then we have like a 58 and 54, none of which conflict with each other. Or alternately, I can probably find a placement in here that does have conflict, but also is higher scoring. Yeah, I mean, this is even without the plus 36, but it's still 73 points. Just because it's getting all the houses. Then 61. Okay, so up here I have a 38. This is what I was thinking about. I was thinking about the placement of my warehouse. Now I recall. Another seaweed field. These should be easy enough to just place. $18 it is. 19. Heck yeah. So many buildings on one island. So many points. I'm going to be fascinated to see what my between island score is, how much of a jump up we get. I see various 8s spread around. Ooh, an interesting 11, bridging the gap to all those mansions. Oh, wait. I caught myself. Okay. Disaster averted, because that would have gone... would have cost me like 40 points or something. Kind of a big number. It is funny how much I'll fight over like 1 point and then I'll just forget something and lose a huge amount, but I'm only capable of playing so well, and even if that amount is pretty darn well, there's still going to be mistakes. I'll just take this 9 and then a 98-point mountain shrine. I was thinking about the warehouse, so we have like a 28. 38 seems like it's going to be the best. It'd be great if I could place something down here, but it's just not really feasible. Nor over here. Sadly, if I had a shrink, I could use that space, but 29. Yeah. I won't fight this. I see the writing on the wall. Now I have a 16 on the high ground. Better than a 12 down here. Just take the negatives. And now I have 4 towers. It's a lot. Twice what Sauron could do. I mean, not to brag. So that looks like it should be a placeable spot. Aha! Like 100 points. That's going to be comparably good or better than anything else I'm placing. My intuition for towers tells me so. Now, next highest up could be over here. I can get to like a 116. I mean, that's 117. That's pretty darn good. There's also 76 over here. So let's take both of those. Yeah, okay, I thought they might be mutually exclusive. Cool. So I can back this off some amount. I guess let me place the good one here first. We'll just take the 116 as the better score. I think my finger slipped right when I pressed that, so I don't want to eat the minus 30. 117, and then yeah, there's still like a 70 something over here. Great. Huh. Probably should have saved the circus. Because a wall platform circus right here would actually have gone pretty hard. Okay, so that's actually just a pretty obvious misplay in retrospect. The towers don't care about the circus. You should always place buildings in the order that they're going to detect each other. I did not follow that sound advice. It's like a 94 here on the ground. That's a really good tower still. Great, now we will precious a fish kite. So I'm just looking for, I mean, I saw 270, like, it's a good building. Yeah, I could do a bunch of sort of hunting around to try and find a slightly better actual fish kite, and then just let the slight point boost bring it up from there. But I kind of think this is the center of my city, clearly. Precious is going to boost it based on building density, and this is my densest portion probably, so 291, more or less. $292. 293 points. You love to see it. More buildings. Okay. Plateau is kind of, I mean, at this point, unimportant, but... Okay, so this fish kite probably just tanks the minus 45. I mean, 247 points. I don't even know if anything is going to be near that, because the precious being centered is such a big score increase. Yeah, I have like, okay, some 180s out here. So that's not terrible by comparison, but it is lower. So yeah, we'll just place these in basically the exact same spot. Now they can swim together. The cities have so much life in them. Look at everything moving on screen right now. A house. Okay, well, I can place a good house using this wall platform. A 32 pointer. I think that's going to be better than... Oh, 34. And surely that's going to be better than anything over here. Yeah, this is just too far from scoring sources. Okay. So place this as protruded as I can. Oh, too high. That makes sense. Clipped into the wall platform underneath it a little, I think. Take a 34. I don't think this is going to boost the house wherever it ends up. That's a 34. And now my final building shall be a plateau. So I have a 10, 21 over there. Nothing placeable up top here. Looks like it might just be 21. Huh. I just can't get into, like, obviously there's a ton of points to be had around here. I just can't reach any of it. And I don't foresee that changing. I don't think I'm going to be able to find some cheesy glitch spot. They seem to have gotten plateaus pretty well locked down, so guess we'll take a 22 whenever I can find it again. All right. Wow. What an absolute mammoth of an island. I mean, I did pop 5 sealed boons when I started this island, and those certainly helped. I mean, the amount of dense city infrastructure and planning in here. I have 4 statues. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I think I have 5 city centers. 4. Maybe just 4. Couple of lighthouses. The pyres were high scoring buildings. Obviously, most like my biggest big ticket buildings were temples. The 3 temples that I got by using a bargain. Only 1 hermitage, but 3 monuments as well. Those were pretty well scored. And my 1, I can't even see it anymore. This city is so dense. My 1 fortune teller visible right there. It's also a high score. Just truly a wild island. I'm glad that I recorded this. This level of like complex density is really rewarded. Being able to build all of this in a tight confine together is generally productive, and so when you have kind of a valley of walls like this where you're able to bridge in from both sides using wall platforms, you know, in the original game you would just put wall platforms on wall platforms, but since they smartly put an end to that, you instead have to come at things from both sides. So you have situations where like this wall platform comes off of this, while this builds off of this structure and this builds off of the main building, but all 3 of these end up really close together, so they're all able to contribute. Yeah, just a very high value island. Let's see what our between rounds score can be. And then I'm going to bed. So almost 260. And then jumped up to 318. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of between island score. And I think that does put me at number 1 on the leaderboard. Desert ley line, but cliff house pack. This is tough. This is tough. I think if I can keep cliff houses out of my building rotation for a while longer, that'll be really valuable. So the question is, how many rerolls is it worth? Because if I start re-rolling and don't see another ley line, I'm gonna feel like a real fool. But I do think that avoiding the cliff house pack has considerable value. So I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna look for another ley line. This might be just a huge mistake. Once I get down to maybe 2 rerolls, I'll take a worse choice, like another Aurora or something, but I don't want the cliff house. I don't. They only score, you know, say 15 points, and they're common, so they're gonna gum up the other buildings. Like I'm gonna be getting them instead of mansions, instead of houses, instead of parks, buildings that I want a ton of. So this is a difficult decision, but I think I am gonna try and roll better. Wow, and just immediately paid off. Love that. So desert ley line still with the harbor pack. Yeah, let's take that. Let's look at the island, and then we'll call this one here. Okay, so kind of an interesting, just lumpy island. The ley line being already in a little valley. You know, I was just talking about how good these are, but this one is so narrow that, like, yes, I'll be able to put wall platforms over it, but I'm not going to be able to get a lot of actual buildings in there. Also, Not a ton of space in general. This is a fine island shape. It definitely does not inspire me, but we will see what I'm able to do with this. I'm not sure I'll record the next one. We'll see how I'm feeling. I guess it is worth showing, though. Global rank number 1. 12 islands down, and it's only up from here. I mean, I think I've been scoring progressively more with each island, so got a long ways to go still till this run is over, but man, I'm having such a good time. This island ran a bit long, so now I am fully ready for tired sleep, but uh, overall, Islanders New Shore is an incredible game. Having a really good time with it. Hope you all enjoyed watching. I will see you here for the next Islanders New Shores high score video and tutorial, and have a nice night.